New Year's Day. He said the development led to the Anti-Narcotics Agency to embark on a week-long intelligence-led operation to get the receiver arrested. The agency's efforts paid off on Saturday, January 6, as the suspect, 38-year-old Olorunfumi Olakunle, was tracked and apprehended in Lagos. And in the north of the continent, no fewer than 4 people died and 40 others were hospitalized in southern Tunisia after consuming contaminated alcohol. Fethi Bakouche, the spokesperson for the Medellin court, who confirmed the incident, said that an investigation has been initiated and authorities have arrested the individual responsible for supplying the contaminated alcohol. The exact cause of the poisoning remains unclear, with analysis of the alcohol ongoing. And finally, Somalia's President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud has signed a bill voiding a preliminary agreement for Somaliland to provide landlocked Ethiopia with port access to Somaliland's coast. This is seen as a largely symbolic move intended to rebuke both parties over a deal that has inflamed tensions across the Horn of Africa. Mohamud said the bill was an illustration of Somalia's commitment to safeguard its unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity as per international law. And that's it on Breakfast Headlines. Now it's back to Osaoge and Olive.
Thank you very much. Dashin, I did see the story on the recruitment of more persons in the Nigerian police force, and I thought to mention that I don't know if it's, aside just having more, numbers, there's still a lot of infrastructure that needs to be invested in with regards to policing in Nigeria. It still seems like they carry out policing in the most crude manner ever. And so, I don't know that a lot will improve if they simply just add more numbers. They need to invest more in the police, give them more equipment, invest more in science and technology, invest more in, in other aspects of society that make policing more, a lot easier. CCTV, and forensic investigation, many other things need to come into play here, not just more young Nigerians who are looking for jobs.
Yeah, okay, well, I think I would see it as it's a first good step because we are very under-policed. So the first step to solving a situation where we have under-policed, where we're an under-policed country would be to have more people. But yes, I completely agree with Osaoge that more needs to be done in terms of training and ensuring that we provide all the necessary amenities they'll need to carry out their responsibilities.
But a lot of stakeholders actually clamoring for state police rather than, the federal police. And we don't know, we don't know where it's at this moment. But I think state police will actually do more at solving, especially the security problems that we have on ground in most parts of, or in some parts of the country, at the moment.
All right. Before we wrap this up, just to say that our thoughts and our prayers and our heart goes out to the people of Anambra State regarding the boat capsizing incident. The unfortunate thing about it is that the last time on this show that we talked about a boat capsizing, we said that it would unfortunately not be the last time. And why it wouldn't be the last time is because we haven't put systems and structures to ensure that these boats are thoroughly checked. And whilst you can't avoid an accident every once in a while, just like you can't avoid on the road, or you can put measures to ensure that these are prevented or mitigated when they happen. For example, the picture that we saw there, we didn't really see life jackets if that's the actual picture of what is. And that's usually the norm in a number of situations. Some of them we see, there was a picture that I had seen earlier. We see them, we don't see life jackets there. I do really hope that, the numbers are not overwhelming. I mean, look at this picture. How do people get on a boat without life jackets? And sometimes these boats are overloaded. And unfortunately, the people do this because they don't seem to have better alternatives. So the government is failing them by not insisting and putting structures to monitor the waterways and to improve the quality of transportation on the water. Yeah.
I agree, but I think my argument with that is, aside the fact that accidents happen across the world and, boat accidents happen, but yes, I agree with you, that, what we're lacking in this regard is, standard operating procedures for these things. Nobody should get on the water without a life jacket. But, I think you also, understand that we are I will always say that Nigeria is, seemingly a very dysfunctional society, and it cuts across every aspect of our society: water, air, land, underground, even in the deep evil forest. The same, dysfunctionality affects it, and so yes, you would see these things happen, and of course there's also the poverty aspect of it.
Exactly, I was actually about
people,
to say that.
maybe are even too poor, to imagine that.
Do they even know
need
what
to get
a
on a
life
boat
jacket
that
is?
demands a life jacket. So it's some of all these things, and of course when you get to the life jacket aspect, then you never even look at the quality of life jacket.
Oh my goodness, that's another conversation.
There's so much of it that needs to be unpacked here, but. Our hearts go out to those families, and of course, we hope that government takes action. We'll take a short break. Thanks very much, Dashin, once again. We'll see you again.
Thank you for having me.
We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we move into our top stories this Monday morning on Breakfast Central.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Onwili. This is News Central.
Welcome back. As public and private schools across Abia State and other parts of the country resume for the second term of 2023/2024 academic session today, the 8th of January, parents and students say they are prepared for school. School children in nursery, primary and secondary schools have been on holiday since the second week in December, when schools vacated for the first term break. News Central's Chinwe Ugele caught up with some parents and school children to know their level of preparedness for school resumption. Let's take a look.
Shopping for groceries and beverages is part of activities associated with preparation for school resumption for students and pupils generally and boarders in particular. Traders confirm more patronage within this period of preschool resumption.
They have been coming to buy things. Many of them have been coming. So it's better than the past years. The governor paid them, even he gave them extra 1 month according to them. That is why they have been coming to buy. Is what they said. Many of them are coming. That was patronizing us.
First on the list of things to prepare for as the children go back to school is payment of school fees.
We thank God for everything. We are preparing seriously so that they can go back to school.
Yeah, we are fully prepared. We are aware the school is resuming tomorrow, and some might be, like my children's school, will be resuming on Tuesday. So we are well prepared.
As for the children, they could not hide their excitement.
I want to see my teachers and my friends, and I'm going to be excited to play games. I like to see my friends. Their names are Manuela, Nancy, and Blessing.
What do you enjoy most about school?
I enjoy reading.
Apart from having their children in school for learning, some parents cannot wait to have the shared responsibility with the teachers.
There are noise and distraction sometimes when you want to concentrate on a particular thing. One of them might just run to you for something else or something or one thing or the other. So I can't just wait for them to start.
It has not been easy for the teachers. They are trying. They are trying because these children, they are they cannot really stay one place. But the teachers, they are trying their best.
While some children do not need to bother about how their fees will be paid or whether their essentials will be provided, there are yet those who must support their families to raise money for their schooling.
The government should provide aid to their parents cannot afford to put their children. I also think that other people who are in higher positions should help people.
Hopefully, every child of school age will not have an excuse to be away from school as teaching and learning resume. In Omaha for News Central, Chinwe Ugele.
And thank you to Chinwe Ugele for that report. And I don't know if it's okay to say our hearts go out to these parents, in these times, because I know that the budget, for returning kids to school these days is going to be extremely high. Textbooks are going to be very expensive. Notebooks and school fees is going to be really expensive. Transportation to and fro school is going to be expensive. Picking kids up from school, and we're even talking about it on the very, very low level. If you talk about what parents in upper class societies in Lagos and Abuja having to pay for school fees every year.
I hear some of
it's insane.
The amounts that parents pay for school fees, and I'm like, how do you? I mean, people pay for their school fees much more than they earn.
Yeah.
People's children's primary school fees is much more than the salary.
Very true. But I mean, I don't even want to refer to the international, schools, which are, of course, everyone knows they're crazy expensive. Even the regular school, that a middle-class parent, can send their child to afford seemingly good education. It's extremely expensive now. And, parents are having to go into different, they call them osusu, to save for school fees every year, just to ensure that they can pay. And if you have more than 2 kids these days, the Lord is your strength. I mean, it's really, really tough, but this is basically the picture of current day Nigeria and the reality that everybody has to deal with, with inflation and the price of goods and everything going up. If the petrol price eventually goes higher than what we're currently paying, every other thing will be affected by it also. And so parents will have to also, make those adjustments in that time. So it's tough, And
the sad part is that the kids a lot of them are oblivious as to what's going on.
They are.
It's so clueless in their minds. Like, oh, mommy, I want this, mommy, I want that. And they're already thinking of how to write composition on how I spent my Christmas holiday.
Yeah. In the times that we went to school fees was, a lot different. It was maybe 900 naira, 2,000 naira or something. It was really, really tiny back then. And that would be for a whole term or sometimes even for a whole session. Now it's a totally different picture. And so you would understand why, many people are afraid to get married. Because
that is not is that an excuse?
Just joking.
Is that your excuse?
No, it's not.
All right, let's move away from there. And
all right, let's move away from Nigeria and the school fees crisis, and of course, what Chinwe Ogele, of course, shared with us. Let's go to Senegal now. The Supreme Court in Senegal has dismissed the opposition leader Ousmane Sonko's appeal against a libel conviction, which potentially rules him out of next month's presidential election. Sonko is seen as a strong possible challenger in the race to succeed President Macky Sall, who is stepping down after 2 terms. But another court has rejected his application to stand.
Sonko's lawyer, Sir Cledolai, said the Constitutional Council had informed him that Sonko's application to run for president was incomplete without it being specified what was missing. He called the move an electoral farce and said Sonko, currently in jail on charges of insurrection, would appeal. According to electoral regulations, the conviction disqualifies Sonko in the 25th February presidential race, and his repeated arrests over the past 2 years have sparked several bouts of deadly unrest in one of West Africa's most stable democracies. The Constitutional Council is set to publish a final list of cleared presidential candidates on 20th of January. Now, if you recall, in June last year, Sonko was cleared of rape, but convicted of corrupting a massage parlor employee in 2021, and he said he is a victim of a campaign to prevent him standing for president. Not just him, even a number of his followers believe that all the attacks are politically motivated. The government has also accused him of stoking violence and dissolved his party in July last year.
Yeah. Well, in May last year, the Court of Appeal also sentenced Sonko to 6 months in prison for defaming Minister of Tourism, Mame Mbaye Nyang. I don't know. It's tough, because there's you could argue that yes, the government in power is trying to frustrate him because he is the lead opposition candidate. He's seen as also a favorite to win. It's possible that he will win. President Macky Sall, of course, has had his time in office, is stepping down. So yes, Ousmane Sonko is a really, really strong candidate, but if these things that he's also been accused of are, true, you also cannot dismiss them and simply just say, oh, he's been tainted because, he's trying to run for office. There, of course, has been numerous court cases. Some of them have gone in his favor, others have not gone in his favor. And I remember that last year, I likened him to, or his case to former US President Donald Trump, and what he's also having to deal with. With a billion court cases that many have described as kangaroo court cases to simply stop him from running, and stop him from being the Republican candidate. Certain states, I think Colorado and Maine, have also banned him or taken his name off the ballot, which he eventually will appeal. But the point is, it almost looks similar. That the lead opposition candidate, the new tactics, that is being played these days in countries is to create some court case, and some charge him, with one thing or the other that prevents him from running. But I mean, Senegal and Senegalese people would have to, the courts rather, not Senegalese people, would have to eventually figure out where this leads. Will Ousmane Sonko be allowed to run or not?
I guess we'll find out on the 20th of January when the final list will be published.
Yeah.
But a number, like you've mentioned, a number of young people who are firmly rooted and supporting Ousmane Sonko certainly believe that this is politically motivated and targeted at preventing him. And why that argument might not be too hard to believe is because we see that happening in different parts of the continent. It's the norm for those in office to use the means, to use political force, to use money, and sometimes to use even the media to silence the opposition. Yep. We saw that happen in, we've seen that in Uganda as well, with, what's his name? The president sort of banning and preventing other people from gathering together. We've seen the CCC will constantly complain that they are being targeted and they're being restrained, and there's some political force against them because they're the leading opposition. So,
so those ones happen, right? So the Uganda one now, yes, we've talked about the Yoweri Museveni and the issues with the opposition
party.
We've spoken about that, a couple of times. We've also spoken about CCC in Zimbabwe, yes. But why this one is particular is because it's the institutions of government that are being used that are allegedly being used to silence the opposition and to stop the opposition from running. So it's a different thing if you have different tactics, to maybe frustrate opposition gathering, frustrate their political rallies and whatnot. That is one way to, that it has been done in the past. But this one seems to be we're going to stop you from running entirely. We're going to make it illegal for you to run entirely. And that seems to be what, is going on in Senegal. But like I said, it's two ways to look at it. It's either you look at it as, yes, the party in power is trying to stop him from running, and that's really what it is. Some of these things he's been accused of is innocent or whatnot. Or you simply look at it as, yes, he has actually committed some of all these crimes. Some of them were, of course, sexual crimes, the crimes of rape that he was accused of.
But he'd been cleared of that one.
There's another one, there's two others. There's another one that has come up.
Assaulting the lady in the massage parlor. I think the most prominent one right now is the conversation about quote-unquote corrupting the youth, sort of inciting violence among the young people, which has landed him in jail, and he might be there for a while.
Yeah, I mean, and we've continued to see these things happen in different parts of the continent. We saw the one in Zimbabwe. We've also seen Bobby Wine, and his issues in Uganda also. So this is not new to see these things happen. We will follow up. The elections, of course, are in 2024. We would see how this turns out, and of course, best of luck to the people of Senegal, because of course they are the ones that are most important in these situations. Let's go for a short break. When we come back, we continue this morning on Breakfast Central.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
has 60% of its entire population, and it's time for their voices to be heard, loud and clear. Involving the young people in nation building is not merely a question of inclusion, but one that is vital for economic growth, innovation, peace, and security. Fafanua Africa provides the platform for the teeming young and vibrant population of our dear continent to voice their concerns with one goal in mind. Provide profound and tangible solutions that will help redefine and reposition the future of Africa. Join us every Friday at 2 p.m. West African Time, 4 p.m. East African Time, and 3 p.m. Central African Time on News Central TV. Fafanua Africa, redefining Africa.
News Central ni ẹ̀ ń wò.
Former Governor of Benue State, Samuel Ortom, says the G5 group within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, will support President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027. The G5, a group of 5 then governors within the PDP, rejected Atiku Abubakar as the party's presidential candidate and backed the southern candidate in the person of Tinubu in the February 2023 presidential elections.
The G5 include Samuel Ortom of Benue State, Nyesom Wike of Rivers State, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi in Enugu State, Okezie Ikpeazu of Abia State, and Governor Seyi Makinde in Oyo State. Now, addressing a gathering crowded with Wike's allies yesterday in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, Ortom said the G5 has no regret for supporting Tinubu's victory in the last poll, declaring that the group will again back the ex-Lagos governor for a second term in office as Nigeria's president.
According to Ortom, the G5 is going nowhere as their leader, Wike, has declared full support for President Tinubu, who he assured will fix security, economy, and other critical areas of challenge to the Nigerians. And I find this story quite interesting because we're yet to conclude one election cycle. Okay, we're still having issues going back and forth. This administration has not yet proved why it got the mandate that he had gotten. I mean, we're still dealing with inflation, the rising cost of living, we're dealing with insecurity. And whilst we're trying to figure out, or this administration is trying to figure out what its mandate really is to the Nigerians, we're already hearing people talking about 2027 elections. Not surprising, but the fact that they will even brazenly come out and say that, it's a bit shocking.
So it's not shocking. It's not, unexpected, in Nigerian, political discussions. That once you win, you spend 1 year settling down, trying to get people sorted. You spend maybe the next year, governing. Then from the third year, you start preparing for, elections. So you actually have just 1 year to deliver, on promises to, the Nigerian people. Now that's the way it has always been. It's not shocking to hear, this now. I think it's more embarrassing So the PDP as a party that claims to be the main opposition party, that this is what some of their members are doing and still doing, and they still have not been able to take any action, disciplinary action against
exactly,
these
because
people.
I wonder what exactly is Nyesom Wike a PDP member, or is he an APC member?
On paper, he's still the PDP member.
Well, but if he's still a member of PDP, shouldn't these actions, by some of these PDP governors be considered anti-party activities? If yes, then what is the PDP doing about it? And, it just feels like PDP has gone to sleep since the elections got concluded.
Yeah. But I think it's also important, that the Nigerian people themselves should not go to sleep. I think that there was some level of victory from the last election. It may not have turned out the way that many of them also wanted, but it doesn't matter. There was some victory, and it's the victory for me is seeing that it is actually possible, for a lot of them. So they shouldn't go to sleep. A lot of these people in the G5 are no longer in office. Ifeanyi is no longer in office. Ezekwazu is not in office anymore. It's just Seyi Makinde that is currently still in office. Nyesom Wike.
Bottom isn't there anymore.
Exactly. Nyesom Wike is still in office, in the FCT, but. So they may not have the relevance that they used to have, as G5. I don't know what they're going to call themselves, except they're going to expect that the current governors of their states will form the G5, along with them.
Or they're hoping that they can leverage on their influence as past governors and then maybe use that to influence current administration.
I don't think so. Ezekwazu, I doubt. 1 billion% doubt that he has that influence. I don't know that he had it while he was governor compared to where now he's no longer governor. Samuel Otom, the same thing. Ifeanyi is the same thing. So, good luck to them as G5. Well, now let's still talking about Nyesom Wike, the former governor of Rivers State, and of course, current Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. He has disclosed that he and leaders of the state picked and worked for the emergence of Sim Fubara as the governor to save the unity of Rivers State. He added that if he had wanted his Equator ethnic nationality to still produce his successor, nobody would have stopped him, saying that he decided to overlook such interest for the unity and progress of Rivers.
The former Rivers governor, who disclosed this at a state luncheon he organized in Port Harcourt to mark the new year, said he had to ask the former PDP chairman in Rivers, Felix Obwa, to drop his ambition. He added that to avoid acrimony within his political family, he brought all the forms for all the people who ran elections in the People's Democratic Party, PDP, including the governor.
Now, let's also tell you that Governor Fubara and his men, both in the House of Assembly and 2 other organs of government, were absent at the event yesterday. It's not clear exactly whether the Wike camp invited the governor on his people, and of course they were not present, or maybe they, sent delegates. Nobody's sure exactly.
We're not quite sure what the picture is. Yeah. But some of Wike's men present include Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Martins Amewule, as well as 24 other lawmakers who had cross-carpeted with him from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress, who all re-echoed their support and their allegiance to the former governor. Joining us this morning to assess developments in Rivers State is Ohiose Orobosa Oyakiri. He's a public affairs analyst, and we thank him very much. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, good morning.
All right, let's get into it. The drama that's happening in Rivers State. First of all, what do you make of the statement of the former governor of Rivers State and the minister of the FCT saying that he bought the forms for all those who ran, including the governor?
I'll start by saying that politics is politics. And in Nigeria, you need a referral to get a job, and it also applies in politics. When the governor, or rather the current minister of the FCT, the former governor, says a statement that bold, he should have some form of evidence that he installed or he gave these people the platform to run these offices or to hold these offices. So what I make of that statement is that he has sort of the yam and the cutlass, and he's trying to sort of make it clear that even if he's no more in Rivers State, he's sort of the chief powerhouse of Rivers State. And if you look from post-1999, where are the past governors? Odili, nowhere to be found. Omeha, nowhere to be found. Amechi, he was Minister of Transport in the last administration, nowhere to be found. So there's really no leader that can call, with all due respect, Wike's bluff on the high-handedness and sort of imperial style of government he's trying to run in Rivers State. So he can say what he wants and do what he wants. And to make matters good, he is in the opposition party and is holding office with the ruling party. So it's really, 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 really interesting.
When you say that they're no leaders, I mean, I hear when you call the other governors or the past governors who were not quite sure of their whereabouts. What of the role of the traditional leaders? Can we say that, we probably can't feel their influence, or they probably do not have that much impact in Rivers State?
Most of them have been compromised, especially when it has to do with the current Minister of the FCC that I was speaking about. I'll give you an example. The former Deputy Governor, Harry Ipalibo Banigo, I got intel when I was in Port Harcourt that she had ambition to run for governor. But when Wike has already made promises to some certain people about who runs office and who gets office, it's very difficult to go against these promises, and not for any reason as regards because she's a lady or anything. She was a very loyal, I don't want to use the word servant, but a very loyal member of Wike's last cabinet. So he compensated her with a Senate role. So the traditional leaders in the state have been compromised, that it is very difficult for them to speak, and Wike will not call their bluff. If you can go back to some years where there was a town hall in Port Harcourt, and Wike called one traditional ruler's bluff, and it was trending all over social media with the Usman Danfodio challenge. So Wike is that type of leader, is that type of politician that if you try to challenge him, he can bring out your receipts, he can bring out your drafts and say, are you the one challenging me? Me that I helped you do XYZ, me that I helped you do ABC. So it's very difficult for traditional leaders in the state, both in the land and the riverine areas, to actually give any concrete, in quote, checks and balances to the imperial and high-handedness that Governor Nyesom Wike is currently doing right now.
Oh, I mean, just simply, in other words, none of their hands are clean. So
exactly.
They've all been spoon-fed, in some way, shape, or form, by this person, and so they can't challenge him. That's, really the easy way to say it. They're all culpable in one way or the other. But let's talk about Simfubara now and the government that he, is hoping to run in the next 4 years. He doesn't have any, much loyalty in his State House of Assembly. A lot of his commissioners also seem to be more loyal to the former governor of the state, Nyesom Wike. So how possible is any of this, that he would have a successful government in the next 4 years? Or are the people of Rivers State really have they currently entered one chance?
That's a very interesting one. I'll take this question in two ways. So first of all, we need to ask ourselves, how did Simfubara get here? So Simfubara was formerly Accountant General of the state under Wike. And when Wike made the statement about he made Felix Obua, for example, withhold his ambition, and I also give an example about the former deputy governor holding or wielding her own ambition. He's very correct, but when it comes to the next 4 years, I don't think Simfubara can even operate the way he wants to complete his first term. The only reason why I think Simfubara will even finish this current term is because the president has intervened once, and Wike won't want a case where he so there's something in politics and even in work cultures, when you make your boss feel like you are not just a problem, but you're not just a solution, but you're also beginning to be a problem, he or she measures the net. And it's very obvious or clear from what Wike is doing that he has presidential or vice presidential ambition in the next 4 to 8 years. 4 years if the current president doesn't or decides not to run for second term, or 8 years if the unwritten North-South rule, he says he wants to run for vice president under a northern political party member, either APC or PDP, because Wike has still not decamped. So it's a very, very dicey one. You can't tell, but I'm very, very, very unsure if Fubara will be able to lead the way he wants and finish his first term. So if Fubara wants to see out his first term, it has to be under Wike's guidance. If he doesn't want to see the first term, Wike has the House of Assembly on lock. We saw what happened in the last few weeks. Martins Ameule, Okechinda, most of the biggest set of politicians in Rivers State, Betty Apiafi, you can call names. All of them are all under Wike's, I'll say, I don't use the word payroll. I'll rather use the word are all under Wike's loyal. They are loyal officers. So, like, who does Sim really want to run to? Does he want to go to the masses? Does he want to go to the citizens? Was there really an election in Rivers State? Like, it just gives you more rooms to ask so many questions that at the end of the day will just leave you unanswered.
So what picture does this paint, for the future of Rivers State, governance and politics and actual revolutionary leadership that should be taking place in Rivers State? What are the people, first of all, what picture does it paint? And then, how do the people of Rivers feel about the drama that has been happening in the past few months, where, as usual, governance has been put in the back burner and politics has been played?
Okay, so I'll start with your second question and then go to your first. So what the pulse of the people in Rivers State are right now is, some people are like under the category of sympathizers, that is on the side of Sim Fubara. Some people are under the side of, Sim Fubara knew where he was getting to. He worked for Wike for a certain number of years. I'm not sure if he worked for Wike under his first term, but I'm sure that Sim Fubara worked for Wike during his second term. So if you work with someone for 2 to 4 years, you already know that this is how the person is. And he did not force Sim. Like, he didn't point a gun to say, Mr. Sim Fubara, come and be governor. It was just a perfect way for Wike to compensate those in the riverine areas, because the riverine area has not produced a governor, I think, since Odili, because Amechi wasn't from riverine, it was from land. Omeha, I can't recall what part, if it's land or riverine, is from. So when you already bring a candidate sort of like to compensate those in the riverine area, it already sells for you. And to your first question about what picture this paints to the polity going forward in Rivers State, it's just like more of the same, like we've seen in other states, Anambra and the likes, with godfatherism, installing a puppet and stooge relationship. And it's not really good for the democracy of the state, especially when you have someone that is really powerful as Wike. Because Wike as a person is powerful, then he also now has support of the federal government, because he's a minister with the federal government. And if I might add, it begs to now ask that if Wike has presidential or vice presidential ambition, under what umbrella will you run? Because that's really one picture that is really not quite clear, because we don't like have a non-partisan. It's in the US you can run as an independent in an election, but in Nigeria, even if we're a multi-party system, we have two major, or with the last election, 3 major parties. I'm adding the Labour Party to the People's Democratic Party and the All Progressive Congress. So it's really, really looking bleak for the polity of Rivers State. And one will now ask, what next for Rivers State, or what next will happen in this whole debacle?
Yeah, it's also a little scary, just realizing, I'm guessing this is what the people of Rivers State are seeing, realizing how, the people who hold political office in the state is really not within their control. It's mostly determined by what one person wants, what we're seeing from Wike. And, his constant bragging about how he bought their forms and he put them there. And we're talking about people from the State House of Assembly to the commissioners, and of course those ones are nominated.
So that's basically
also the governor.
He's now that he's in a way cheated checks and balances, because if he sponsored those in the legislature, sponsored those in the executive, maybe not in the judiciary, I don't know. I mean, his impact, even though we know that his wife is in the judiciary, but I don't know the impact he has in the judiciary, then it defeats the purpose of checks and balances.
Yeah, it almost defeats the whole purpose of elections in the first place. And I feel like that's a little heartbreaking. Talk a little bit more about, him holding on to these two political parties now, the PDP and, of course, the APC. It's maybe because, he wants to know which of them would give him a stronger chance when he decides to run for vice president, if, these are true. But, how much longer do you think he would hold on to it? And is the PDP being a complete disgrace to itself by seeing these things play out, including, of course, the G5 story we shared earlier?
Wow, I really love that question. So I want to also take us down a trip to memory lane. When they did the convention to install, elect or nominate who will represent PDP in the 2019 general elections, it was in Port Harcourt they did the nominations, and it was very obvious that Wike had a candidate in Aminu Waziri Tambuwal. Fast forward to the end of that, Atiku got the ticket, Atiku and Obi. Last election, it was obvious that Wike had a candidate. He was himself. Towards the end, we saw that he didn't get the ticket from PDP. He was really distraught. He was really devastated. And it was obvious that he was a man on a mission. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that Wike has sort of like chopped some form of political breakfast from the PDP after he has bankrolled the party, no matter how we want to put it, for the past 4 odd years. But looking forward, Wike is now working with the federal government. He has access to some of the, in quotes, keys to the city of, that's the Federal Capital Territory. So it's going to be very dicey for him, in my opinion, to just decamp without any plan. But this is a personal prediction, no intel, no concrete news. I think if, for example, in the next 8-year cycle, I'm assuming the current president, Bola Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, runs for a second term and wins, Wike would like to be a vice president candidate for maybe, for example, an El Rufai, a Ribadu, someone that is like a political chieftain in the APC. And then we can now know that, okay, for him to hold that office, right, he has to decamp to the APC. Another picture I'm painting is, if Wike wants to say he wants to run, even if I feel it's difficult, but no permanent friends, no permanent enemies in politics, under Atiku in 2027 general election, in a bid to beat Tinubu, it's also a very, very big possibility. But the difficulty of Wike running for president in the next 4 years, like I said earlier, is very, very difficult because of the unwritten South should do 4 years, North should do 4 years, or South should do 8 years, the unwritten zoning formula or the unwritten zoning rule. So I think Wike can hang on to the end of the first term, but the picture will be clearer in and around when Bola Tinubu is running for his second term, and Wike will have to pick which party he has to go, because, like I said earlier, we don't do independent elections in Nigeria. So Wike has to pick which ship he will camp, or he will pitch his tents, which camp he will pitch his tents to.
Well, I guess time will tell. These are some of the things that, time will tell. And as quickly as possible, do you think that the G5 still has the influence that it... I mean, I don't know if it really had as much influence, but it was a very famous sect. So do you think that the G5 has as much fame or influence going forward to 2027 elections?
Fame, no, because in the G5, there are 2 relevant and there are 3, I won't use the word irrelevant, but there are 2 non-current state actors. Influence, yes. So what people don't know is Seyi Makinde, before he started politics, is a renowned engineer and a billionaire outside politics. He has investments in Rivers State, I can tell you that for free. And Seyi Makinde and Wike still being in the G5 makes them a very big force to be reckoned with. And yes, I know that Oyo State might not always be in the thick of things as regards like South-South drama or South-East drama and everything. But the fact that Seyi Makinde and Chief Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike are friends, it still paints a picture of how much influence these 2 guys can wield, especially when they hold a lot of money that can be used to help PDP sort of like have like a re-emergence and fight. And I would add that Wike is someone that has sort of like ruffled a lot of shoulders. If you look at Uche Secondus, if you look at Felix Obua, if you look at even what he's currently doing with Sim Fubara, you ask yourself that even this G5 that is currently going on, Wike has sort of like the power to say, how far she come, let's get a new set of people to start this sect. And I mean, it's just the way politics is in Nigeria. It's money, 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 and who has money dictates sort of the tune.
Oh, very interesting. We'll see how these things turn out. I would always remind everyone that whatever conversations we're having this morning, it's really just a realization of what politics is like in Nigeria. And, the fact that, this has absolutely nothing to do with governance. None of the things we've spoken about this morning affects governance in any positive way. It actually affects governance negatively. Wike is in Rivers State now doing luncheons, whereas people are getting kidnapped in Abuja. Sim Fubara, of course, is trying to figure out his way around the state, and, he's going to keep struggling. Governance will continue to take, the back seat. you would almost not see any improvement in any of these two states while we're talking about politics. And it's heartbreaking, really heartbreaking, because people put their blood, sweat, and tears into those elections.
People went out to vote, took risks to go out and vote.
It's very, very, it's heartbreaking. And this is still where we are in 2023. So it always feels like nothing has improved, nothing will change, you know, and of course, you know, there's going to be, anyway, that's...
But what's it with, I mean, on a much lighter but quite puzzling note, what's it with Nyesom Wike and his live band that goes everywhere with him? The last one I saw was they were singing a song saying, Wike, they fear you, they fear you. I mean, is he supposed to inspire fear in the citizens? Is that, I don't understand. I mean, how do people of Rivers State feel about his live band?
That's very, very comical. So Wike is your definition of a rabble-rouser. So he wants to show everyone once in a while his human side, that he's not as, in quotes, dictatorial as people make it seem. He's not as high-handed as people make it seem. He's not as imperial as people make him seem, right? That he still has a democratic and human nature or human side to him, which is definitely normal. We've seen Wike cry, we've seen him shout, we've seen him laugh, he's a human being, no one is denying that. But when, like I said at the beginning of this morning's show, when your net is more negative, toxic than positive, it's very difficult for you to sort of like storytell a different thing, no matter how you try to paint the picture. So the live band is just basically cruise. It's just basically
actual cruise.
Yeah, it's just basically like to always douse tension when he goes to maybe commission a road, commission a project. I mean, there was a time they used to call him Mr. Projects.
That's another conversation for another day, the importance of the projects he's done and all the commissionings, but we've run out of time. Ohioze Orobosayakiri, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
You're welcome.
All right. This is still Breakfast Central. We're going to break now, and but before then, let's share with you a quick recap of the conversations we've had and to let you know what's coming up next. We just concluded the conversation about the drama in River State between Nyesom Wike and Fubara.
And the PDP's G5 once again declaring support for Bola Tinubu ahead of 2027 elections.
And court setbacks for Sonko's presidential hopes. Of course, he's still being held back in jail. But there's more to come this morning. Let's share what's coming up next.
This morning, Tinubu orders probe of Beta Edu's ministry.
And we also have 2024 budget calls for youth empowerment. We certainly will be reviewing the newspapers right away. Stay with us.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade and market analysis are the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium motor spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yield desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasamipita. You're watching News Central.
Welcome back. Now we bring you the newspaper headlines. Let's see what the front pages are saying this morning. We begin with the Daily Independent in Nigeria. The Daily Independent newspaper, 2024 budget, experts warn federal government over exaggerated assumptions. See foreign loans boosting Forex supply soon. I don't know how we feel, we're very excited about that. I mean, we've seen the exaggerated assumptions, for example, would include them assuming that, they're preparing the budget with the benchmark of the dollar to the naira exchange rate being at 750 naira, and that not being the representation of what is and what the future might hold. I would think that that's one of the exaggerated assumptions that the budget contains. And about the foreign loans, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, because we've not been known to use our loans quite wisely in the past few years. And whilst we always would say that getting loans, taking loans isn't a bad thing, but how are these loans being used? I mean, that's something we've talked about all the time here on the show. Yeah. Rising insecurity, Afenifere urges Tinubu to call for meeting of local leaders. Dangote clarifies EFCC's visit to office amid FX investigation. Well, there's a clarification to that. Last week, we took the story of, there were allegations that the Dangote group were operating with Forex that they had gotten at a much cheaper rate from the Central Bank of Nigeria. And so the EFCC stormed Dangote Group headquarters, I believe, and there were investigations ongoing, and he's come out to clarify it. I'm hoping that... I
saw an official letter from the Dangote Group, on that. So, it's mostly just to calm the nerves of stakeholders, crisis management mostly, and to manage, the stakeholders and those who are investors also with the Dangote Group, and to let them know that there's no cause for alarm. But, it's still a developing story. I think that, the EFCC and its investigation will probably still continue and see where it leads. People, of course, have linked politics to these investigations, but we'll see where it leads.
Yes, we will indeed.
All right.
Now, still on the front page, NACO rules out upward review of safety threshold rates for airlines. Okay, that's a story we should look into. Kogi government to unveil new Ohinoi of Ebira land among 70 aspirants. 5 die as boat capsizes in River Niger. We took this story earlier when Dashin brought us breakfast headlines, and it is one of the updates we looked at in Anambra State. And yet again, we'll keep mentioning that until we strengthen our safety protocol on the waterways, we will keep seeing boats capsizing until we can guarantee the quality of boats and ensure that people are wearing life jackets, and not just wearing life jackets, but life jackets that are actually working, quality life jackets. We will unfortunately continue to see scenarios like this. You can't avoid accidents, but what you can do is ensure that you have safety measures and protocols put in place to mitigate the chaos that would have erupted from these accidents. And once again, our thoughts and our prayers are with the people of Anambra State. At the top of the paper, we have PDP, Labour Party, NNPP considering merger for 2027 election, NC front. Do you see that happening?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
So here's why. There's, conversations about, how it is important, and it might be the only way to bring, to be able to defeat, a party currently as strong as the APC, mostly because the APC has, from what analysts have said, it's not just a political party, it's also a party that has been able to almost break down whatever institutions that currently have existed that should, protect, some level of integrity with, the electoral process and with governance and all of that. And so people have said it's a state capture. Yes, sir, that's what people have described it as. And so for you to defeat that, you're going to have, or you're going to need more than just a fancy political party. You're going to need mergers, collaborations from both the civil society to different political parties.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Exactly, to defeat that. But I don't know that the individual differences that have existed between these three, that couldn't work in 2023, will work in 2027.
Because each of them, it's not necessarily, whilst they can argue that is for the betterment of Nigeria. They want to see Nigeria grow. Each of them has the ambition and the drive to run for office, to be the president, And I don't see that any one of them will be willing to step down and say, oh, for the greater good of Nigeria, I'll step down. You can be president, it's fine, so long as we achieve the common goal of dethroning a party that has been in power. Atiku, for starters, does not look like who will be willing to merge.
Yeah, and he's already mentioned that he will be running.
He's already mentioned that he's running for 2027.
Yeah, so yeah, those parts might make it difficult, and of course, aside the fact that, the PDP as a party, still has its own internal wrangling, has its own internal issues, has also lost the trust of, millions of Nigerians. And so it's going to be tough. The NNPP also, I don't know that the NNPP has.
The NNPP was the card that people had assumed would merge towards the latter part of the elections, which was very surprising.
But it's also shown that it may also not have the political weight that it claimed to have.
Yeah.
Because, of course, it won only one state, I believe.
So, I don't see this happening, but politics and football are like, never say never, anything can happen. Exactly. Still on the front page of the Daily Independent, the conversation about fake degrees. ASU president leaks fake foreign degrees to underfunding of universities. At the bottom of the paper, the final story. Tinubu others probe over transfer of 585.2 million naira grant into private account. Improper payment, diversion of public funds should be punished, according to Serap. Serap always doing the Lord's work.
Yeah.
2024 will be year of enforcement of laws, says Sonwolu.
Yeah. So we're likely to talk about, the humanitarian affairs,
yes, we will talk about
probe.
It.
While Sadia Umar Farouk is being investigated for 37 billion naira fraud. The NSIP, I believe, is also being investigated for 44 billion naira fraud. Betta Edu, who's only been there for about 6 months, has also drawn her own. She also added her own, to the situation now. There's billions of naira that are being, investigated for misappropriation. But most importantly, or the one that has caught people's attention, is this transfer of 500 million naira into a private account.
Does it matter if you say that it's a project manager?
It doesn't matter. But here's what even makes it more interesting. That a day or two after this became public information, people were talking about it, the ministry with its own letterhead put out a statement defending this, saying that the person that the money was transferred to is a staff of the organization.
As the project manager.
It's shocking.
I mean, they don't see the many ways in which this is quite embarrassing. One in that, first of all, the laws do not applaud this. The laws forbid that you do that, right? I mean, this is the same organization, the same institution that had, when they were talking about transferring to the poor people, they had talked about transferring money directly into their account. So how do you gather this lump sum and transfer into one person's account? Now, I don't know the reason why that was done, even though, of course, they have given their reasons, but there have been lots of speculation. Some people would say that they're doing this because they want to accrue the interest on the lump sum, but there's also the aspect of, how this would affect taxation. Because if they were to go through the regular means, these monies should be taxed. So you're depriving the state of...
You're even going too far. There's a law against it. There's no need to go in all that direction.
That was like the first thing that I mentioned. But I'm just talking about all the other areas in which this cannot be seen as right. So when they come out to put out a public statement to defend this...
There's a law against it. Nobody needs to go too deep, in breaking it down. I think the Financial Regulations Act 2009 clearly states it, that it is, you are not meant to transfer government funds into a private account. Neither should you transfer private, funds into a government account. It's clearly stated there. So I'm not sure what explanation they were trying to give or what the ministry, and then this really just shows that the abuse of power goes all the way from, top to bottom, because if whoever it is that is the head of communications for the ministry thought that it was wise to put out a statement defending a law that had been broken or one alleged crime that had been committed by the head of that ministry, transferring 500 million naira into someone's account, it really just tells you.
It tells you that that's the norm, right?
Not just that that's the norm, I don't know. Maybe that's the norm, but other things, and I keep talking that when anybody's accused of corruption, billions of naira of corruption in Nigeria, it's never one person.
All the people involved.
There's a web of people.
We did hear that she had said she got approval from the president, so that's another angle to look at the conversation from. But we'll delve into that much later. Let's head out of the Daily Independent and to the next paper.
All right, the Vanguard this morning says Naira notes scarcity, crunch worsens, banks ration cash across the counter. Customers frustrated as some banks shut ATMs, POS operators jack up charges. say they are sourcing cash outside the banks. That's a lie. Because I mean, where else? What do you mean you're sourcing cash outside the bank? Who else is printing money for you? Well, that's a terrible lie. I mean, that should even be an indictment on them, because it's wild that you will go to a wedding now, you see people with, new notes, ready to sell those new notes, for exorbitant prices to, people who want to spray money. But you go to the bank and you will not see money. So what is...
You try to withdraw money at the ATM and they put a limit of 5,000.
Exactly.
And after that, the first 5,000 withdrawal, they'll tell you unable to complete transaction. Yeah. This one happened to me on Sunday.
Yeah. But I mean, the new CBN governor, should not shy away from addressing the Nigerian people and telling Nigerian people what is going on.
Even when there was the first cash crunch that we saw, which is, of course, last year, that was allegedly politicized, people still had money. Politicians still had cash. Yeah. A number of them still had cash. So they should come and... I don't know what CBN is saying.
I'm saying that, the new CBN governor should not shy away from addressing Nigerian people and taking responsibility for this. Because we blamed Godwin Emefiele. And we remember that we blamed him outrightly and said that, he was, likely the one responsible for this. You tried to make a Naira redesign policy that didn't work, and now suddenly we can't find cash anywhere. So we blamed him. And so the new CBN governor, Yemi Cardoso, should outrightly come out and say, okay, this is the reason behind the cash scarcity. Don't hide. The accountability needs to go around. He needs to be able to tell Nigerians why there's no cash in the banks. If he has given orders and it's clear that there's cash available in circulation, who is being held responsible for withholding it in the banks? These are things that the Nigerian government should tell its people. How does the Nigerian government not have Naira to spend? Like, how do the Nigerian people not have Naira to spend and there's a government in office? It just doesn't make sense, how these things happen and we talk about them and we just keep it moving.
We'll start doing trade and barter. We'll go back to our great-grandfather's way of trading. Say, I do have this. I have this in return.
Anyway, tackle increasing cases of killings, Anyako tells federal government. Tinubu orders probe into alleged diversion of 585 million naira into private accounts. We can also find at the bottom of the screen there, Supreme Court grants federal government exclusive control of all inland waterways. That's also, a developing conversation that I'm sure more people will talk about. I remember that there was the Ruga conversation in Buhari's administration. I'm not sure how they are closely linked or how they are connected, but it's definitely something that would come up later. EFCC visit, Dangote explains, assures stakeholders. Yes, I did see that letter yesterday over the weekend. UR and Unilorin Convent University say no fake professors on their payroll. There was a list over the weekend also that showed universities across Nigeria and some of them with fake professors. I saw, some of them pretty embarrassing. Some universities have up to 8 or 10 fake professors, sometimes even more. But
wait, there's one more story there, please. NFF to Super Eagles win AFCON and pocket 32 million naira bonus each.
Yeah, there's I think the winners of AFCON makes $7 million. Runners-up get 5. The sports team will be able to tell better, but I think it's 7 million. Then 5 or 6 million for the second runner, for the second place. The third place gets. I don't remember. I don't want to make any mistakes.
But AFCON.
Yeah, possible.
Yeah,
very possible.
Fingers crossed.
So yes, the winning nation gets a lot of money from FIFA. So yes, they should be able to get 32 million. That's chicken change. These are the stories that we have time for this morning on Breakfast Central. Of course, you remember you could grab a copy of either of these newspapers. We apologize for not able to bring you more. Grab a copy of either of the newspapers. And of course, if you have thoughts on these stories that we've shared and the ones that we've also spoken about, quickly tweet this morning at News Central TV. Let us know your thoughts on these stories. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, we continue with our top stories.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every race, we find our place at the top. taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
It's not just news to us, it's our voice and our story. It's our report, how we tell African stories for Africans. With detailed, timely and authentic reports, News Central is your home for true news and African stories. I am Omolola Ololade. This is News Central.
Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Onwili. This is News Central.
President Bola Tinubu has ordered a thorough probe of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation led by Betta Edu. This is according to a statement released by the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris. Controversy had enveloped Edu's alleged involvement in the approval of 585.198 million naira to be disbursed into a personal account.
In a letter allegedly signed by the Humanitarian Minister, she allegedly instructed the Accountant General of the Federation to transfer the sum to the account of one Unyelu Bridget as a grant for vulnerable groups in 4 states. However, the Accountant General explained that although her office received a request from the Humanitarian Ministry to make certain payments, her office did not act on it. But Betta Edu, who is the youngest minister in the president's cabinet, stated that there were plans to tarnish her image, adding that she wouldn't embezzle government funds.
Recall that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, is presently probing Edu's predecessor, Sadi Farouk, over alleged laundering of 37.1 billion naira during her tenure as minister and under the administration of ex-president Muhammadu Buhari. Our guest this morning is the chairman, Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, CACO, Debo Adeniran. Good morning and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, my sister. Thank you for having me, and Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you as well. It's not a very good news, or it's not very great news to start the year with. It's gone round on social media. Several interpretations, whilst majority of the people seem to be bashing the minister and the ministry, asking and demanding for her sack or suspension. Some are still in support of the minister, who says everything went through due process and was approved. So I'd like to find out, what were your initial thoughts when you saw the news?
Thank you very much. My initial feelings about it is that we are on this stuff again, where buck passing will be the order of the day when an infraction, a corruption infraction, had been detected in an MDA. But then the truth is that every case has its own origin, and that origin is what had to be traced. And the defense that have been put forward by members of the ministry has given some leeway to what could have happened. But then we also know the way politics is played in Nigeria. It is not also right to just look at somebody in the face and say he or she is guilty as charged. We have to put everything into perspective, into right perspective, really. The minister has denied having a hand in it. And her aides also have come up with releases that the minister is not involved in the case. But then she is the chief accounting officer of that ministry. And because of that, whatever happens under her ministry, she should be able to give account of it. And that is why she needs to answer questions. Why should things pass under her nose and she will claim that she doesn't have a hand in it? Then beyond that, I believe the Accountant General of the Federation is a civil servant that should guide any political appointee on the best way to approach an issue, because there are certain vested interests that may want to railroad the political appointees into doing things that are not in tandem with the laid down procedure. And giving it to them that they are relatively new in that office, they might not have actually had time to study all the procedures, all the principles and procedures that guide the operations of their offices. Then the civil servants that are working with them are in places to guide them. And that is why, even if the offense was committed by the minister, those who raised the memo, those who approved the memo, those who presented the memo to the minister must have passed through the Accountant General and Auditor General's office. What are the roles of all of those people? Everything had to be examined by the anti-corruption agencies. And I'm glad that the president has given a free hand for anti-corruption agencies to work on the issue, to call, to invite anybody that is that deserves to be invited. So basically, I believe that we are on the right path, even when a wrong has been detected in the operations of that ministry.
Yeah, well, I mean, it almost sounds like, you know, certain people are, you know, trying to act like they're not involved or they're not aware that, you know, anything wrong was done or, you know, or something. But, you know, it was also telling, you know, the statement that was put out by the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry saying that, yes, you know, that letter is real, but the person that they were sending the letter to or they're sending the money to is a staff of the ministry. And so there's nothing wrong with, you know, sending money to, you know, a private account because the person is, you know, is a staff. So I want you to talk a little bit more about, you know, the possibility that these things have been happening for a long time, and that's why they, you know, didn't necessarily say anything wrong with it until they were called out. I remember that Sadiya Farouk Umar, you know, is still being investigated. She hasn't showed up to the EFCC yet. She claimed to be ill. Immediately, the EFCC invited her. So talk about, you know, the possibility that these have been happening for a long time, but are only just getting revealed now.
Of course, you see, there are certain programs of government that is not clearly explained to the people. And that is why many NGOs, CSOs, and you people in the media don't even fix your eyes in those areas, such as the conditional transfer and this social investment program. A lot of people are still studying how these things these things are being administered. And that is why those who have corruptive mind, you know, latch onto that loopholes and do a number of engage in a number of awesome practices. Of course, any public fund that is released, you know, through the civil servant or through the civil, what do they call it now, financial procedure, should not go directly into private account unless that private account belongs to the contractor that has won the bid to execute a project. Even if it went into the account of the minister directly, it is an infraction against the law because the minister's account, bank account, is her private affair and should not be used to convey public fund into, for any procurement or any expenditure that could have been approved. You know, even if it was approved officially, it doesn't have to pass through private person's account. Then the corporate account that it should go into should be in accordance with the contract that could have been awarded. That is, if it had to go through the corporate account of any other firm at all. But then, what we have been told is that, because the recipient, the beneficiary of that 585 million thing is the staff of a ministry, is a public servant, or is a civil servant. That is not correct. She doesn't deserve anything going into her account more than what is due her. It has to be her salary and maybe other emolument, not public fund. So whatever had taken public fund into account is against the rule. It's against the civil service. What do they call it? Public service rule. And that is the reason why she had to answer for it. And like I said before, the minister is the chief accounting officer of her ministry. The accountant general and auditor general also have, questions to answer, because it has to pass through their noses before it is finally approved. And that it has always been happening like that. All of these nebulous programs and agenda of government have always been shrouded in secrecy, in a way that the public doesn't even understand the procedure, the laid down procedure for distributing all of these like this. Look at what happened to the rice that was released to the National Assembly. We didn't know until recent that such large amount of poverty alleviation, goods is resting somewhere in the yard of the National Assembly members. Look at what happened during COVID-19. All of the materials that were donated, and procured by the government to be distributed to the people were not distributed. They warehoused them until some of them got bad. So all of these things could have been going on since a very long time. And now that it has been discovered during the Farouk Umar era, and that might be the reason why more eyes are now focused on the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, because even the population, the register of the beneficiary of the humanitarian largesse had not been made public. And how do we identify those that are qualified for the distribution of these palliative? All of this is the reason why it is easy for those who perpetrate corruption to practice their trade. And if there's no opportunity, if there's no enabling environment, it is difficult under the present conditions, where we have several legal instruments, to commit corruption crime. But then, if those who should oversight the ministry do not do the needful, then it gives them the opportunity to perpetrate the corruption crimes that we are witnessing.
Okay, so now I think the next perspective will be to look at what next, right? You've, of course, talked about how this is not allowed. Nigeria's Financial Regulations 2009, Section 713, clearly prohibits mixing of public and private funds. And that section goes further to say that anyone who does this will be assumed to have done so with fraudulent intent. So many have called for her sack, some have called for her suspension, and the president has said that they would look into this and investigate this. But how do you foresee that this would eventually turn out? What will become of this case? Do you think it's going to be one of those that will make a lot of noise about, sweep under the carpet and move on to the next big story? How do you foresee this will play out?
Well, the first thing we need to look at is the bureaucracy that led to the release of the fund. Everybody that is involved had to be suspended first. Then the minister, also, like I said, being the chief accounting officer of the ministry, will have to step aside, okay? Because we don't have to chase everybody away on every allegation. She might, because normally we have to look at human angle to some of these things. She might be a victim of naivety, okay? Because she's relatively new in that ministry. And those who want to deceive her, who might want to use her for their own personal benefit, could have done so, without letting her into the nitty-gritty of the agenda that they had behind the memo that was sent to her. If indeed she did not, append her signature on that fund, then she doesn't have to be suspended. But if she was lured, whatever make her to append her signature on a release that she didn't understand, makes her culpable, then she should be on suspension while the investigation progresses. Because then the investigators should also have it at the back of their mind that a lot of intrigues are going on within the ministry itself, within government circles, and on the political platform. So we should consider this personnel turnover so that we will not continue to run into the same vicious cycle, all the time.
Yeah.
The Farouk Umar aspect of it has not been cleared. And everything also borders on channeling public funds into private accounts. And so several billions of naira have gone down the drain to private pockets through that process. So what the system needs to look into is whatever makes it easier or easy for those who are perpetrating these corruption crimes to commit the crime with ease without being detected until the funds has gone into the beneficiary's pocket. So we cannot say, oh, suspend him, suspend her, suspend this, and suspend that. At the end of the day, if you don't tackle the root cause, the aspect of the bureaucracy that makes such crimes easy for those who commit it to go through, then we will still go into the same vicious cycle.
I've always argued
will not do us any good.
Yeah, I've always argued, that our fight against corruption cannot just be with media trials and one arrest every year, and all of that. We need to set up institutions and systems that make it difficult for stealing to happen. We shouldn't be tackling corruption after the stealing has occurred and the money has been diverted in different places. Hundreds of billions of naira, that the country loses every year. But I also wanted, to ask two things. The first one would be that we don't have a lot of history to look back at and say that when the president gives orders to the EFCC to investigate, one case or the other, the person eventually, is likely found guilty and things are fixed. Maybe that's why, we never see these systems improve with the fight against corruption. So share, what you think, with regards Sadia Farouk Umar, Better Edu now, and then other cases that we've heard about in the past that don't give Nigerians any hope that this will lead, anywhere, if we're being honest. That's one. And then the second one is, if the Accountant General's office says that, well, they got a letter, but they didn't honor the letter. Money didn't, move into anybody's account. They didn't, approve it, and nobody was paid. Does that get Better Edu or any other person involved off the hook? Simply because they didn't receive any money. There was a letter sent, but the Accountant General didn't honor the letter, so nobody was paid anything. Private accounts didn't receive any money. Does that get them off the hook? Or has that request alone, is that enough for her to be suspended or for her to leave office?
Well, what I said earlier was that the bureaucracy that made it possible for anybody to raise such a memo is enough to get some civil servants out of the way, because somebody must have advised it, and somebody must have done the memo. Somebody must have presented it to the Accountant General's office. And I am not so convinced that the Accountant General didn't act on that memo. I think what they are doing is a reversal of what could have been a wrong bureaucratic practice when they discovered that they have been found out. Maybe they are reversing all of the process that memo had gone through. Because what we had earlier was the money, that is 585 million naira, going into that private account. But then it will be gratifying if they say the money is still intact. It has not moved out of that ministry's account to the private account. That would be gratifying. But whoever raised that memo has committed an infraction that should not be forgiven under civil service rule. Two, you asked about whether we have history of such investigation leading to somewhere.
right? Mr. Adeniran, we seem to be losing connection with you. But, you know, like we've been following this story since last week, you know, and of course it's still a developing story. Some people are comforted with the fact that President Tinubu has said that they should go ahead and investigate. Some people don't find any comfort in that because, I mean, we know how things, a lot of Nigerians, you know, say that. But we'll see where it leads, you know, and see if, you know, anything will improve. We'll go on a very short break. When we come back, we, of course, would continue conversations here this morning on Breakfast Central.
News Central ni ẹ̀ ń wò.
Welcome once again to Breakfast Central. We, of course, will follow up on that conversation and see where it leads with the investigation in the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry. I think one thing that is also important, you know, is the fact that over time, there have been eyebrows raised, even right from Sadiya Farouk Umar's time, as to, you know, funds, rather, billions of naira that were, you know, said to have been spent in one thing or the other, including, you know, school feeding programs and the likes. But we'll talk about it a little bit more as time passes. Debo Adeniran from Kako, thank you very much for stopping by and for sharing your thoughts with us. We, of course, will continue to put our hands together in Nigeria's fight against corruption. And we look forward to speaking with you again.
Yeah. Okay, it's my pleasure. Thank you. I'm sorry for the break in transmission during the course of the interview.
No worries.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. It's been a very interesting time here on Breakfast Central. Let's share with you what comes up later today on News Central TV. Yes, Jasiri comes up at 10 a.m. West African time. And of course, much later at 9 p.m. West African time, we're bringing you NC Continental Prime. 10 p.m. West African time, it's Nigeria Tonight. And thank you once again for joining us. Remember, you can always be a part of whatever conversations that we're having. Simply tweet at News Central TV and share your thoughts with us on any of these conversations. And we, of course, continue for the rest of the day to bring you fantastic broadcasting here on News Central TV. Thanks very much for joining us. We're back here again tomorrow morning. I am Osao Ogbonwa. See you tomorrow.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every race, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
A high-performance car is like a high-performance athlete. What you get out of it has everything to do with what you put into it. Quattro, with its high-performance formula, it's designed specifically to ensure engine cleanliness. And it's guaranteed to give your car perfect performance. From start to finish. Quattro Lubricants, 100% auto fitness from Corn Oil.
Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Unwili. This is News Central.
Has 60% of its entire population, and it's time for their voices to be heard loud and clear. Involving the young people in nation building is not merely a question of inclusion, but one that is vital for economic growth, innovation, peace, and security. Fafanua Africa provides the platform for the teeming young and vibrant population of our dear continent to voice their concerns with one goal in mind: provide profound and tangible solutions that will help redefine and reposition the future of Africa. Join us every Friday at 2 p.m. West African Time, 4 p.m. East African Time, and 3 p.m. Central African Time on News Central TV. Fafanua Africa, redefining Africa.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
On Digi 360, we give you a complete dose of everything.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action. Digi 360, dissecting the issues.
selection of news on the continent, engaging in analytical reports. Resident doctors in Nigeria commenced a 5-day warning strike. Queues have hit the major cities in Nigeria, bringing you authentic stories as they happen. I am Adeshewa Olusoga. This is News Central.
Hello and welcome to News Central TV. I'm Darshan Usman. The top stories at this hour. Nigerian president orders probe into Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Mozambique's health authorities to vaccinate over 2.2 million people against cholera. 15 miners rescued in Zimbabwe days after tragedy. Details and more shortly. We begin the news in Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu has ordered a thorough probe of the Nigerian Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, led by embattled Minister Betta Edu, to ascertain the accuracy and validity of the reported details of an alleged diversion of public funds. This is according to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Muhammad Idris, who made the disclosure in a statement on Sunday. Edu had earlier on Sunday insisted in a statement that there were plans to tarnish her image, adding that she will not embezzle government funds. Reacting to the uproar over the development in the humanitarian ministry under Edu, the information minister noted that the government is determined to unravel the truth. The information minister assured Nigerians that they would be informed on the progress of the investigation. The People's Democratic Party has charged President Bola Tinubu to immediately sack and prosecute the embattled Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, over the alleged money laundering. Now, Edu came under heavy criticism last week after a memo surfaced where she directed the Accountant General of the Federation, Oluwatoyin Medien, to transfer 585 million naira to a private account owned by one Onielu Bridget, who the ministry claimed currently serves as the project accountant grants for vulnerable groups. In a statement, the PDP, through the National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunaba, described the unfolding event as tragic and heartbreaking. The opposition party expressed shock that Edu and suspended National Coordinator of NSIP in SIPA, Halima Shehu, allegedly engaged in the looting of billions of naira, while Nigerians whom the funds are meant for are deprived and abandoned to excruciating hardship. Former Governor of Benue State, Samuel Ortom, has revealed that the PDP G5 group will support President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027. The former governor made the remark at a luncheon hosted by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, at his Port Harcourt residence, insisting that the group has no regret for supporting the president in the last poll. This revelation comes as a notable development in the political landscape, especially considering the group's previous stance on supporting a southern candidate. Prior to the 2023 presidential poll, Ortom and fellow G5 members rejected Atiku Abubakar as the PDP candidate, pledging their support for a southern candidate. Ortom's statement adds a new dimension to the political chessboard as we look ahead to the 2027 elections. 8 8 All Progressives Congress aspirants eyeing to occupy the Akoko Northeast-Northwest Federal Constituency seat in the House of Representatives have protested the outcome of the party primary over the allegation of doctor delegates list. The seat became vacant after Olubunmi Tuji-Ojo was appointed Minister of Interior by President Bola Tinubu. Aspirants who contested the primary were Olugbenga Aroyimbo, Makinde, Olarenwaju Kazim, Owolabi Lasisi, Olanikpekun, Haruna Adeshina, Charles Babalola, and Ife Ehindero. There was a heavy security presence at Victory College Ikare Okoko venue of the primary election. Some of the protesting aspirants said the delegates were surprised to discover that the displayed list was filled with strange names contrary to the collated names from the ward levels. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, visited the National Vice Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Victor Giadom, raising speculation of another round of political realignment. Wike, during the visit, spoke about the Rivers State crisis and maintains that he still has a stronghold in the state he finished serving as its governor just in May last year. The former governor has been at loggerheads with the state governor, Siminalayi Fubara. The situation led to a situation where lawmakers loyal to the minister served the governor on impeachment notice. With the intervention of President Bola Tinubu, however, the lawmakers who defected to the APC from the People's Democratic Party have withdrawn the impeachment notice. Human rights activist Ekine Henry was on the news earlier and gave an expert's view on this.
Have multi-party system, and what that means is that the Independent National Electoral Commission, established under Section 153 of the Constitution and empowered to register political parties, has in its list of registered political parties over about 18 of them. And so we have multi-party system. Now, but what's playing out really, and when you see the kind of visits that the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory has just visited Victor Giadom in Bukana, local government area of Rivers State, particularly Beira, and that he is the National Vice Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, South-South. For me, some may interpret this as some positive direction, but the paradigm I observe here is one that we are attempting to fuse the multi-party system we have, if not across the country or at the national level, but particularly in Rivers State.
Now, away from politics, the Nigerian army has revealed that troops of Operation Hatinkai killed several terrorists in operations conducted between January 2nd and 6th in different areas of Borno State. In a statement issued on Sunday by the Director of Public Relations and Information of the Nigerian Air Force, Air Vice Marshal Edward Gabkwet, he disclosed that the terrorists were moving objects suspected to be arms and ammunition near Sambisa Forest. He noted that the terrorists and their weapons were subsequently bombed during the operation. Similarly, Gabkwet revealed that following an intelligence report, the troops conducted an operation in the Lake Chad region which led to the deaths of some terrorists and destruction of their vehicles and motorcycles. Staying in Borno State, medical students of Borno extraction at the Federal University of Health Sciences, Azare, can now breathe a sigh of relief as the Borno State government says it has concluded plans to take over their financial obligations. The State Scholarship Board says that approval has been granted for the release of over 55 million naira to cover the registration fees for about 153 medical students studying at the university. News Central's Umaru Kirawa completes the report.
The healthcare sector in Nigeria's northeastern state of Borno has been described as one of the worst hit due to the activities of the terrorist group Boko Haram insurgents. With drugs usually in very short supply and unable to reach heavily affected communities, many healthcare personnel were also murdered, as a result creating a wide gap in the dispensation of effective healthcare delivery in the state. At this meeting convened by the Borno State Scholarship Board, members of the board say investment in the capacity of healthcare professionals in the state will become a priority.
Professor Babagana Umar Azulum has approved the release of 55,968,000 naira for the payment of registration fees of 153 Borno State indigenes admitted to the Federal University of Health Science as a Bauchi State. The students are admitted to study the following courses: dentistry, MBBS, radiography, nursing, nutrition and dietetic, optometry, audiology, environmental health, information technology and health informatics, physiotherapy, epidemiology, and statistics.
They also add that the investment in the education and training of medical students in the state will not only benefit the individual students, but will also have a positive impact on the healthcare system in the state and the nation as a whole. The initiative has been welcomed by the National Union of Borno State Students, saying it will relieve the economic burden on parents.
Words are not enough to show how grateful we are, and by so, we thank you as student-friendly governor and architect of the education sector, and also the student renewed hope.
The students' body called for intensified efforts to forcefully rid the state of out-of-school children, saying they spend their time on the streets of Maiduguri, achieving nothing and posing a threat to the state in the future.
As part of our continuous effort in complementing His Excellency on the strategic move he has been taking through the Ministry of Education in addressing the issue of out-of-school children, we have also embarked on sensitization on the importance of education, of which we have extended that to various local government, among them that's Mafa local government area, and also Kaga local government area, and others will follow. On this note, I would also like to advise the government to continue with the efforts that they have been doing.
The scholarship initiative not only relieves the immediate financial burden faced by the students, but also sets a positive precedent for government support in higher education. It offers hope and encouragement to aspiring medical professionals in Borno State. In Maiduguri for News Central, I am Omoru Kirawa.
Abubakar Wajiro, former president, National Union of Borno State Students, shared his thoughts on this issue.
It cannot be overemphasized. As we all know, the problem we have in the health sector currently, not just in Borno State, but the nation at large, is that of shortage of manpower. Currently, in the whole of northeastern Nigeria, the institutions that are graduating medical doctors and other healthcare professionals are just University of Maiduguri and Gombe State University, which started recently. So you see, for instance, for medical and dental students, it actually graduates not up to 150 students annually. And that number is to cater for the whole of northeastern part of Nigeria. So if you see, the number is not adequate. So moving to the Bauchi State, an institution that is yet to start graduating students, I'd say, is an encouraging part.
In the meantime, Nigeria's Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, AYCF, has claimed that the adoption of computer-based tests in the forthcoming West African Senior School Certificate examinations would lead to a massive failure in the country, particularly in the north. This was stated by the national president of the AYCF, Yerima Shatima, in a statement released in Kaduna State, while urging the examination body to either outrightly cancel the CBT format or make it optional. Shatima stated that he was making this appeal due to a lack of computer skills and understanding, as well as a lack of ICT infrastructure in most secondary schools in northern states. He claimed that the CBT exams should have been voluntary, giving applicants the option of using the traditional pen and paper style or the computer-based technique. Public affairs commentator Adnan Mukhtar Adam had this to say on this pressing issue. Meanwhile, as public and private schools across Abia State resume for the second term of 2023-2024 academic session today, parents and students say they are prepared for school. Now, school children in nursery, primary and secondary schools have been on holidays since the second week in December when schools vacated for the first term break. News Central's Chingwe Ugele caught up with some parents and school children to know their level of preparedness for today.
Shopping for groceries and beverages is part of activities associated with preparation for school resumption for students and pupils generally and boarders in particular. Traders confirm more patronage within this period of preschool resumption.
Many of them have been coming. So it's better than the past years. The governor paid them, he gave them extra 1 month according to them. That is why they have been coming to buy. Is what he said. Many of them are coming.
First on the list of things to prepare for as the children go back to school is payment of school fees.
We thank God for everything. We are preparing seriously so that they can go back to school.
Yeah, we are fully prepared. We are aware the school is resuming tomorrow, and some might be, like my children's school, will be resuming on Tuesday. So we are well prepared.
As for the children, they could not hide their excitement.
I want to see my teachers and my friends, and I'm going to be excited to play games. I like to see my friends. Their names are Manuela, Nancy, and Blessing.
What do you enjoy most about school?
I enjoy reading.
Apart from having their children in school for learning, some parents cannot wait to have the shared responsibility with the teachers.
There are noise and distraction sometimes when you want to concentrate on a particular thing. One of them might just run to you for something else or something or one thing or the other. So I can't just wait for them to start.
It has not been easy for the teachers. They are trying. They are trying because these children, they are they cannot really stay one place. But the teachers, they are trying their best.
While some children do not need to bother about how their fees will be paid or whether their essentials will be provided, there are yet those who must support their families to raise money for their schooling.
The government should provide free learning aid to their parents cannot afford to go to their school. I also think that other people who are in higher positions should help people who can't afford to go to school.
Hopefully, every child of school age will not have an excuse to be away from school as teaching and learning resume. In Omaha for News Central, Chinwe Ugele.
News Central now returns after the break.
have to make a difference as a journalist, because when you speak to the situation or the people affected, that's when you get the full story.
And so we go all out. The protest was ongoing and it was peaceful across the plains for real-time stories. And it was the longest bridge until the 6th of October bridge was completed in Cairo, Egypt. Knee on knee. This is News Central.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Now moving on, residents of Anambra near the Onitsha banks in southern Nigeria where a yet-to-be-identified boat tragically capsized are in a somber mood following the incident. Many persons, including women and children, are feared dead as the boat capsized in the early hours of Sunday morning. The heartbreaking incident was captured in a video currently circulating on social media depicting the desperate efforts of rescuers and the distressing aftermath of the boat's capsize. Now, while the exact number of casualties remains unconfirmed, reports indicate that the passengers were coming from Kogi State. Anambra State Police spokesman DSP Tochukwu Ikenga, who confirmed the incident, assured that the situation is under control. He added that marine operatives responded swiftly, rescuing over 30 passengers alive and recovering 5 lifeless bodies. Some stakeholders from the Niger Delta region of Nigeria have called on President Bola Tinubu to devote special focus on the infrastructural development, environmental protection and empowerment of the youth in the oil-rich region in the 2024 budget. Though President Tinubu has on Monday signed the 28.7 trillion naira 2024 budget into law. News Central correspondent Austin Azu tells us more.
Tinubu on January 4th broadcast assured Nigerians of his renewed hope campaign, and according to him, having laid the groundwork for economic recovery plans within the last 7 months of 2023, he remained poised to accelerate the pace of service delivery across sectors. But these respondents here are very much concerned about the welfare and security of the people of the Niger Delta region, hence these demands.
The year 2024, we have to do so, me and I get work. So, labor work we do for here. Me and my other group of persons, we do labor work. We need to provide job, not for only the literate or only people who get certificates. Let's find out 1 or 2 ways to empower those boys whether the streets, whether the youth, whether the streets. Skill acquisition. Find and see. Maybe party something.
Most the first will not be the higher boat, not be the enter vehicle. They say everything high price, so maybe just load the things and I'll be wait till I get to talk.
From Gramatu, we should come to delivery areas to pile our villages because that's the most important thing to me. Most of the villages are lacking road, so we need the good road. So they need to come and pile the villages.
In the same vein, President of the Robo Progress Union Youth Wing, Comrade Blessed Ugere, who lamented the environmental degradation in the Niger Delta region, called on President Tinubu to enhance youth potentials in the region.
We have very talented youth who are educated, but if you see the Niger Delta area, there have been no employment opportunities for the youth. And this has caused or led to insecurity challenges in our region.
A renowned Niger Delta-born human rights and development advocate, Comrade Sheriff Mulade, said the federal government in the 2024 budget should provide infrastructural developments for the neglected riverine areas of the region, where about 80% of the nation's resources to fund the 2024 budget will come from.
We have not been given that opportunity to effectively enjoy the dividend of democracy from our contribution. In terms of human appointments, in terms of development, the Niger Delta has been shortchanged. for other parts of the country, and which the people are not comfortable with. So, and I believe that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is there to correct some of these abnormalities.
The 2024 budget signed by President Bola Tinubu have 346.12 billion naira allocated to the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, while 338.925 billion naira also allocated to the Niger Delta Development Commission. In Warri for News Central, I'm Austin Azu.
Thank you, Austin, for that report. Now, the Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, will today launch the first online portal for passport application in Abuja. The minister, who made remarks about the expected launch date during a demonstration session of the online portal on Friday with the Comptroller General, Nigeria Immigration Service, Caroline Adepoju, noted that the platform has been established for both international and Nigerian applicants. The minister had announced in December that the federal government was working to ensure a full automation system of passport application in the country. At the time, the minister said the automated application system was 99% done, adding that the process would include uploading passport photos and supporting documents. Coming up after the break, millions at risk of hunger in Zimbabwe. We'll bring you more on this when we return.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade, and market analysis are the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium motor spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business, and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yield desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasamipita. You're watching News Central.
It's not just news to us, it's our voice and our story. It's our report. How we tell African stories for Africans. With detailed, timely and authentic reports. News Central is your home for true news and African stories. I am Omolola Ololade. This is News Central.
The news continues in southern Africa, where, according to the most recent Zimbabwe Vulnerability Assessment Committee Rural Livelihoods Assessment Report, more than 2.7 million people in Zimbabwe's rural areas are likely to face famine in 2024. This represents 26% of the rural population. Now, according to the analysis, more than 100,482 metric tons of maize is needed to support the food insecure population during the peak hunger season, which runs from January to March 2024. These projections contradict the government's assurances that there would be no starvation and that the country had sufficient food stock. Now, Zimbabweans have struggled to feed themselves in recent years as the country's economy has declined and the climate has changed. The Zimbabwe dollar's depreciation has also resulted in restricted purchasing power, and the cost of vital goods such as wheat flour, maize meal, sugar and rice have risen dramatically. The country's food situation has worsened with increases in food poverty and poor total consumption. Now, joining me on the news to discuss this is Executive Director, Africa Voluntary Carbon Credits Markets Forum, Anglestone Sibanda. Hello, Anglestone. Thank you so much for joining me at this time.
Hello, it's my pleasure to be on the TV now.
Okay, so
thank you for profiling our story.
It's a pleasure, Anglestone. So could you provide an overview of the current drought situation in rural areas of Zimbabwe? And also, if you could also tell us, how has the agriculture sector in Zimbabwe been impacted with this climate change and all the concerns faced in Zimbabwe?
Okay, I think first and foremost, it's important to understand the context within which the issue of drought, the issue of poverty, as it were, in Zimbabwe unfolds. I think it's important that the world understands that Zimbabwe is not only suffering from the effects of drought, but also from the impact of the sanctions that were imposed on Zimbabwe by the United States and the UK following our historic land reform program. So because of those sanctions that have an effect, the report by the UN Special Envoy in 2020 in 2021 clearly articulated and laid bare the impact of these sanctions. So a conglomeration of those sanctions together with the ravaging impact of climate change is actually creating a dire situation in our rural in our rural areas in Zimbabwe, leaving families, as the report has said, in suffering, and more importantly, livestock is currently, people are losing livestock, and livestock is part of our livelihoods here in Zimbabwe.
All right, so but what are some of the key factors that you would say is contributing to the continuous vulnerabilities of rural areas in Zimbabwe to drought?
Number one, it is our coping, resilience, and adaptation capacities that are weak, of course attributed to the failing economy, exacerbated by the sanctions, as I've said before, and compounded by the effects of climate change. So a conglomeration of these creates a big challenge that we are faced with, where the capacities, coping, resilience, and adaptation capacities are low because of the failing economy. You then exacerbate vulnerabilities. So that's actually the broader and the global challenges that the country is facing at the moment.
All right. So in your opinion, talking about some of these concerns that have exacerbated the drought and, the climate change that's been faced, what measures has the agricultural sector in Zimbabwe taken to mitigate the adverse effects of this drought? And how successful have these interventions been?
Thank you very much for that. That's a brilliant question. In our government has not sat down, has not just sat and folded hands. They've come up with what we normally call zero tillage or climate-proof agriculture, where the communities are able to do what they can, of course, getting input support from governments, NGOs, and other stakeholders to try and do something that we can with our own hands. But obviously, there is need for support, for external support, as the situation gets dire, especially these months when and particularly this year, where the El Nino is actually threatening to create a more severe situation, such that even the interventions that we have come up with through our own climate-proof agriculture, popularly known as Fumfudza, we are not looking at any harvest at all, because as we speak right now, even if we are doing the climate-proof agriculture, there is need for rain, and rains have not come. We just have little rains, and we are not guaranteed that we are going to have. They are going to sustain the agriculture season. So we need external intervention in terms of food security, particularly in the rural areas. But for us to get to that stage, we need government to then declare or make that pronouncement to say Zimbabwe needs external support. But what we are seeing from the ZIMVAC report is that definitely we are heading towards a disaster, as it
Well, we actually hope that you get, to that stage where you get to have, external support, because climate change is expected to exacerbate drought in many regions. So in light of this, what long-term strategies do you think should be adopted to build resilience, to adapt agricultural practices, and also ensure food security in not just Zimbabwe, but in Africa as a whole?
I think the first stage is the global intervention. I was at COP28, and I think the world has finally started to make strides towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which is overall the long-term and global solution towards as the world tries to attain to reach net zero goal targets. And number two, in the meantime, there is need for climate financing, and that's where we call for climate justice, where we are saying the global north should come in with interventions, with financial support to support the mitigation programs that are happening. And also, we have also talked, at COP, we're raising the issue of the loss and damage. What happens to the communities that have been affected by the effects of climate change? What happens to the communities that have lost livestock and livelihoods? So that's where we need the global intervention, particularly from our colleagues in the global north, because climate justice requires that those that have created the situation that we are in through pollution over centuries during the Industrial Revolution must then own up and take responsibility. Of course, we ourselves as African countries need to then come together and start to proffer solutions around and investing in innovation and trying to come up with our own homegrown solutions.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Anglistone Sibanda, for joining us at this time to share your thoughts on this.
Thank you very much.
All right, still in Zimbabwe, 15 miners who were feared dead after a mine shaft collapsed at Red Wing Mine, which is owned by ZANU-PF Member of Parliament Scott Sakupwanya, have all been rescued. Now, the mine, which is in Pehalonga, Zimbabwe, collapsed last Thursday. The mine resumed its operations in March 2023 after it had been temporarily closed by the Environmental Management Agency due to more than 20 fatalities in 13 months. Formal mining operations at the Red Wing have been undertaken by subsistence miners carrying out unsanctioned work since the mine was placed under corporate rescue. Mozambique's health authorities have launched a cholera vaccination campaign in 9 areas hardest hit by the current outbreak, with the goal of reaching more than 2.2 million people in 5 days. According to information released by the National Directorate of Public Health, this campaign will be conducted in the districts of Cabo Delgado, Zambezia, Tete, and Sofala provinces. The country is responding to the worsening outbreak that has been ongoing since October 2023. According to the most recent data, from October 2023 to January 2024, Mozambique recorded a total of 8,266 cases of cholera and 20 deaths in 6 provinces, which corresponds to a lethality rate of 0.2%. In East Africa, at least 5 people have been killed by cholera and 452 others are under quarantine in 2 isolated health centers for observation in Kahama district in Shinyanga region in northwestern Tanzania. This is according to Commissioner of the Kahama district, Mboni Mita, who disclosed that the 5 dead were found in Kagongwa village between December 2023 and January 4, 2024. She noted that they were confirmed to have been killed by the disease after testing their samples. Now, she also added that most of them had symptoms of cholera, including profuse watery diarrhea, leg cramps, restlessness or irritability, vomiting, and thirst. In North Africa, no fewer than 4 people died and 40 others were hospitalized in southern Tunisia after consuming contaminated alcohol. Feti Bouchouch, the spokesperson for the Medellin court, who confirmed the incident, said that an investigation has been initiated and authorities have arrested the individual responsible for supplying the contaminated alcohol. The exact cause of the poisoning remains unclear, with analysis of the alcohol ongoing. Now, while most of the surviving victims have recovered and left the hospital, some required transfer to the capital, Tunis, for further treatment. Tainted alcohol poisonings are a recurring issue in Tunisia, often with devastating consequences. Up next is today's business news.
Nigeria's Dangote Group said on Sunday that it is cooperating with an anti-graft commission, which is investigating the possible misuse of foreign exchange from the central bank and would provide all required information. Dangote has confirmed that the agency's officers had sought some documents to help the investigation. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission visited the company's headquarters in Lagos last week. Dangote Group said that at the moment, no accusations or wrongdoing had been made against any company within the group, which counts cement and fertilizer manufacturing, sugar refining, and a 650,000 barrels per day oil refinery among its businesses. The Brongahafo Regional Administrator of the Ghana Cocoa Board, Michael P.K. Asomanu, has affirmed the organization's dedication to annually recreate the Cocoa Village concept as part of its efforts to foster cocoa farming education, especially among the youth. Speaking to the Ghana News Agency in Sunyani, Asumanu emphasized the importance of bridging the knowledge gap about cocoa farming, stating that many individuals are unaware of what a typical cocoa farm looks like and how cocoa beans are harvested and dried. The Cocoa Village is unique and open to the public for 5 days, drawing in passers-by, staff and tenants to engage in and learn about cocoa farming. The Egyptian parliament has approved the sale of specific land plots to foreign companies. Purchases will have to be paid for in US dollars. The government submitted a draft bill amending the Desert Lands Law number 143 of 1981, which would allow the ownership of lands in Egypt to be vested in foreign investors without restrictions to attract hard currency by selling property to foreigners and expats. The amendment will go into full effect once it gets the presidential seal and is published in an official gazette. According to the amended text, in cases other than an individual investor's acquisition of the lands necessary to carry out personal activity, Egyptian ownership must not be less than 51% of the company's capital, and individual ownership must not exceed 20% of its capital, with the inadmissibility of transferring the lands of cooperative societies and companies upon their expiration to non-Egyptians. Libya's National Oil Corporation on Sunday has declared a force majeure with immediate effect at its Sharara oil field, which can produce up to 300,000 barrels per day due to protests in the area. Libya's oil output has been disrupted repeatedly in the chaotic decade since the 2011 NATO-led uprising against its former leader, Muammar Gaddafi. NOC said in a statement that the Sharara closure has suspended crude oil supplies from the field to Zawiya terminal. The Sharara field, one of Libya's largest, has been a frequent target for local and broader political protests. NOC said that negotiations are ongoing to resume production as soon as possible. Many thanks for watching Business News.
Now in the world of sports, the Super Eagles thrashed a local club in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, 12-0 in a friendly on Sunday. Jose Posero's side led 6-0 at the break, with Ademola Lookman scoring 4 goals while Victor Osimhen bagged a brace. In the second half, substitute Moses Simon registered 2 goals, with captain Ahmed Musa and Umar Sadiq also getting on the score sheet. The Super Eagles will now shift attention to Monday's friendly against the Sili Nacional of Guinea at the Yani Abbas Stadium. The friendly against Guinea will also be played behind closed doors. They will head to Abidjan for the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations on Wednesday. The Joueurs of Guinea-Bissau have arrived Côte d'Ivoire for this year's Africa Cup of Nations. Confederation of African Football, CAF, announced Guinea-Bissau's arrival on Sunday. On Saturday, Guinea-Bissau lost 6-2 to the Eagles of Mali in a final friendly game in Bamako before jetting out to Côte d'Ivoire. Now they're in Group A alongside Côte d'Ivoire, Equatorial Guinea and Nigeria Super Eagles. Now also, the Joueurs will face Côte d'Ivoire in the opening game billed for Saturday, 13 January in Abidjan. CAF also announced the arrival of Atlas Lions of Morocco, who landed in Côte d'Ivoire for the AFCON. Still talking sports, Beatrice Chebet's preparation for defending her World Cross Country title are on course since she just opened her season with a stunning win at the Cross International Juan Muerta. Now, the World 5,000-meter bronze medalist reigned supreme at the Cross International Juan Muerta, a World Athletics Cross-Country Tour gold meeting in the Spanish town of El Goibar and on Sunday. Chebet managed to pull away despite the heavy rains that created a muddy course and made the race a bit difficult. Chebet's relentless pace paid off, and Anli could not live with that pace, leaving the Kenyan contingent as a lead trio out in front. Just before the bell, Nawawuna briefly took the lead, but Chebet soon regained pole position. And that's all at this hour. But before we go, let's take another look at some of our top stories. We told you that Nigerian president orders probe into Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. We also told you that Mozambique's health authorities to vaccinate over 2.2 million people against cholera. You also heard that 15 miners rescued in Zimbabwe days after tragedy. Send your eyewitness reports to the WhatsApp number on the screen. Do follow us on social media. We are at News Central TV. You can watch News Central live on DSTV channel 422, Star Times channel 274, Abo TV, and YouTube. Many thanks for watching. I'm Darshan Usman.
The year 2023 started in Nigeria's aviation sector with the raging issue of trapped funds of foreign and domestic airlines. This led some to stop flying into Nigeria, while others increased their fares. Another significant issue was the notice of industrial action. Aggrieved workers of the Nigerian Aviation Handling Company declared a warning strike over poor pay and a number of other issues. Their action disrupted flight operations at both the local and international flights during that period.
The year started with a battle for the trapped funds, foreign airlines and some domestic airlines who have their funds trapped with the central bank, and they were unable to remit or get those funds out up to today, despite all promises. So a little percentage has been released to them. It's a drop in let me not say ocean, but a drop in the river. And that has metamorphosed into the arbitrary and crazy fears that we're having on the international today.
Meanwhile, according to a report by the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, about 39% of international flights in and outbound operated in Nigeria between January and March 2023 was delayed. The report, titled Executive Summary on International and Domestic Flight Operations, shows that 3,073 international flights operated within the aforementioned period. Of these, 1,193 flight schedules across 25 airlines were delayed. The unveiling of Nigeria's much-awaited national carrier, Air Nigeria, was carried out by the then Minister of Aviation, Hadi Sirika. The ceremony occurred in Abuja on May 26th. Incidentally, on June 6th, Nigeria's House of Representatives poked holes in the purported launch of the airline at the twilight of the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari, declaring it a fraud. Chairman of the House Committee on Aviation, Nollywood, declared that the launch of Nigeria Air was fraudulent after the major stakeholders in the deal between the federal government and Ethiopian Airlines denied knowledge of the launch. In response, Hadi Sirika, the former Minister of Aviation, claimed Nigeria Air was only unveiled and not launched, which the committee dismissed as an attempt to divert the lawmakers' attention.
What the House of Reps committee did yesterday was a little belated, but it's good. I also felt that they are complicit. If you have an oversight function, if you're given that responsibility to look through the aviation industry and come up with your oversight function, you would have seen some of these things they spotted yesterday. They would have seen it, and they would have raised alarm over what they regaled us with yesterday.
On resumption of duties, Festus Keyamo, now the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, delivered a monumentous update concerning two pivotal aspects of the nation's aviation sector: the Nigeria Air Project and airport concessioning agreements. While conducting an assessment of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport facilities,
the approach into the airport is smelly. It is totally unwelcoming, to people coming into Nigeria. And that is the gateway to Nigeria. So I have given a directive that we should completely shut it down and use the new terminal that can also take the traffic.
Not done.
This is a simple matter. I either get sacked by Mr. President or somebody who is responsible gets sacked. So it's a matter of who dies first that we are facing. Air Nigeria should be suspended. I have directed Nigerian Air until I brief Mr. President. It's as simple as that, to make sure that the processes followed were transparent.
About 4 months after, it is unclear what has changed in the country's aviation sector, with frequent cancellation of flights, with no consideration on how it affects passengers. Actual state of some airlines cannot be ascertained. A recent incident where an aircraft that took off from Lagos with Abuja as destination landed in Asaba without the crew knowing where they were really is a pointer to this. Improving capacity of local refineries will make aviation fuel more affordable and available. Clearing the backlog of foreign exchange owed to local and foreign airlines will make airlines financially healthier. Improving airport facilities and better maintenance of infrastructure will guarantee safety of general comfort of the sector. All of this will make the business more rewarding for operators and then turn flying within the country from a near nightmare to fun for passengers.
Your flight will be ready shortly, ma'am.
Thank you. Breakfast in Paris. Lunch in London. This could be you. And there's more. Hey, Mai, tell them more.
Of course. Now this is what I call a win. And this could be you too in the Globe Festival of Joy promo.
By recharging 50,000 Naira or more within a month, you could be among our 100 winners who will win business class tickets from Lagos to Paris to London. If you recharge 100,000 Naira or more in a month, you could be one of the many winners of a premium bungalow in Nigeria. The more you recharge, the more your chances to win.
How was your flight?
Delicious.
Glow Unlimited.
Something new is about to hit your imagination of TV. A brand new sundial with StarTime's inbuilt technology. New TV innovation with an inbuilt decoder that connects you to both StarTime's antenna and satellite signal. StarTime Sundial TV, you can enjoy over 300 local and international channels, 1 month StarTime's highest bouquet for free, automatic system update. More benefits, more affordable. StarTimes Sundial TV is available in all StarTimes branches and dealers countrywide. StarTimes Inside, entertainment inbuilt.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
It's not just news to us, it's our voice and our story. It's our report, how we tell African stories for Africans. With detailed, timely and authentic reports, News Central is your home for true news and African stories. I am Omolola Ololade. This is News Central.
Welcome to the brand new revamped Jasiri right here on News Central. My name is Tolulokwe Adeleru Balogun, and I'm not going to be doing Jasiring alone, and you'll find out a little bit more about that. But I have two incredible women on set with me, and will soon be four, who are going to take you through their perspectives, their thoughts on all the major conversations and topics happening here in Nigeria and beyond, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. West African time. Once again, my name is Tolulokwe Adeleru Balogun. Let's involve the women on Jasiri with me right now, and I'll start to my right. Once you see her face, you know her, but I'll allow her to do her own introductions as the spirit leads.
All right, a very good morning to everyone joining us on Jasiri on News Central today, the 8th of January 2024. My name is Omotunde Adebowale David, but a lot of you call me Lola, so I think it's still appropriate if you want to refer to me as that. Tolu had already said I should introduce myself the way I like it, and I think that's just apt. I like it this way. Welcome to Jasiri. On the show, you're going to have a wonderful time. You know, where ladies are involved, you're going to get diverse opinions and very bold conversations, I must say. Every time we come off the studio, we will leave you conversing longer than we were on the TV station, on the TV show, because all the things we'll be discussing will make sure it piques your interest and you want to continue the conversation where we stopped in the studio. Welcome again. My name is Lolo One.
And from Lolo One to the... Let me hold it. I'm going to hang it here because no one can do it like the Gen Zs themselves. And how do we have conversations from women's perspective if we're not bringing in every single type of woman there is? Now to my left, the ever beautiful, gracious, award-winning, I like that one, my own, my very own. What's your name, madam?
I do hope that there is like a round of applause, you know. Yeah, exactly.
So that I can have peace.
Okay, so my name is Blessings with the S, Mosugu. And on this show, you can call me the president of the Gen Z Baddies. Now, I am representing two interests here because I'm like the youngest millennial you'll ever find, and I'm like the oldest Gen Z you'll find. So I'm somewhere in between. You know that I'm going to be representing your interests. But definitely, I'm also excited to be on this show. And this is the show where we tell it as it is. We're not hiding anything. As much as we try to be professional and diplomatic, we're also going to be telling you the truth. And like Lola said, we're going to leave you arguing long after the show. So you're in for a swell time every day. And I would say Happy New Year and welcome to the debut episode of Jasiri.
And as Blessings has said, Happy New Year. I'm going to give you guys just 30 seconds. Did you make New Year's resolutions? Nope. I stopped making resolutions like 2 years ago.
I do not make resolutions because nobody keeps any resolutions they make at the beginning of the year. What I always tell myself is that whatever you want to do in the new year, you better start getting to it before the year opens so that you can gather your thoughts, work on it before the new year starts. The pressure of the year is already a lot. So don't pressure yourself further by adding new year resolutions you would never keep because nobody ever keeps it, especially ones on diet.
Oh, well.
Are you the nobody she's talking about?
No, I'm not watching anyways. I will disappear. But anyways, so, well, I think that technically I do not believe in making New Year resolutions. I love making resolutions, though. One thing I believe is the moment you're thinking, oh, I need to register at the gym, or I need to start watching my weight, or I need to start reading more, that moment, start acting on it. You don't have to wait for January 1st because when you wait for the first of the year, it's like that pressure becomes so much on you. Yes. And then the thing, I've seen a meme where people say, oh, I made a mistake, let's start again. You know, and they're like, we'll start January 1st. Exactly. Reset. So the moment you think about it, just go for it. Don't wait for any new day on you. It's just another 24 hours.
But funny enough, scientifically speaking, psychologists have said when you start something on a Monday, you're more likely to continue it. They didn't say it has to be January the 1st. They didn't say it has to be the first Monday of the year. They just said start on a Monday.
Last Monday, I said I'll be happy all through. On Tuesday,
you already feeling the blues.
Got me angry, and then from Tuesday till Saturday, I was not happy. So no, I don't.
I just think that every role has an exception.
Yes.
So
Nigerians are the exception.
Honestly, for me, I think Nigerians are a different breed. I don't think the same rule that applies to the world applies to us.
Nigerians
just as I was discussing this morning, the harder things are, the better Nigerians become.
Seem to behave.
We just evolve.
Yeah.
We're evoluted beings.
All right, so part of our evolution for Jasiri is also making sure that you are informed with what the papers are saying. So here is from the papers.
Welcome. We will be looking at the newspapers this morning and seeing what the top headlines of all the papers are saying. We have 3 papers to extray this morning. We have the Daily Independent. We also have the Vanguard newspaper and the Guardian newspaper. So we'll be looking at some of the big stories.
Yeah.
The one that catches my attention first is the one in the Daily Independent, talking about the 2024 budget. They say experts warn federal government over exaggerated assumptions. They say they foresee foreign loans boosting Forex supply soon.
But is that what we really want?
We're back at it. I am so upset. You know, I keep asking myself that, is it that we do not know that we have experts in this country? Why do we have economists? Why do we have financial people? Why do we have accountants? People that know money, that can make projections and predict. There's so many things they teach us in all these financial papers that is supposed to guide us as a nation. Last year, we worked on a lot of assumptions, and we just had to keep taking the budget back to change and add and increase, and that is where padding starts from.
So the thing is, we can't deny that there are usually contingencies, right?
Yes.
And a lot of times, sometimes, you know, it's inflated so as to accommodate contingencies. But just like you said, in this country, you always see in the papers, expert warn against, expert advice against. But there's never, like, it's like we never take the expert's advice. We're still going to do what we're going to do.
want to do.
And it's like we're seeing the doom ahead, but we're like, you know what, we really don't care. So really, we're back at it.
So unfortunately, we had a very tough year last year, and it was a year that our debt servicing overtook the revenue that Nigeria brought in. Now we're looking at exaggerated assumptions, and part of that, they're also talking about the price per per barrel of crude oil that Nigeria has set, depending on what happens on the international stage. But it's this see foreign loans boosting Forex supply soon. Is it foreign loans? Is it us borrowing
Or
money
investments?
that should be
Should we be talking
boosting
about
our
loans?
Forex supply, or the money that Nigerians are able to make? And this brings us back to what we're exporting. We are such a highly import-dependent country that we even want to import foreign loans to give us Forex.
No, I am just like, okay, when are we going to do anything new in this country? How can you think that debt, do you know that we're already drowning in debt?
Yeah.
And crude oil has lost its value, not recently. It's been a couple of years going. That you can actually project and talk about the money we make from oil, the revenue, will do this and that. If a country like ours at this time is not focusing on how we can be more export driven, because if we're not generating funds from the things we're doing, if we're relying on foreign loan to boost, where are we going to service these loans from? That means the country, we're already going to suffer, because states will tax, federal government would tax, the market women would add to their goods, the importers would add to anything they're bringing in, and of course the ricochet effect goes to the common man on the street.
I think we've become so overly dependent on foreign loans, and it's not a good path to tread, because, I mean, look at Zimbabwe, for example. They've literally drowned in loans, and they're now trying to, like, resurrect their economy. Is it until we get to the point where there's no, at least now we're still having, like, some 45 billion in the budget and all that. Is it until we can't even, you know, make a new year budget, you know, from our own money, and we're having to borrow from it before we now start looking for solutions? And that's another problem with Nigerians. We are more of medicine after death, right? We would rather look for solutions to the problem we have caused than avoid causing that problem in the first place.
Honestly. And I think, you know what, a lot of people tend to think that Nigeria is too big to fail. And that's actually a very
error.
No, there are lots of people who think that with the population we have, being the largest economy on the African continent, we're just somehow too big to fail.
I can't remember the last time I heard Giant of Africa.
Honestly.
Let's plug it. Okay, Lola,
we have to take our first story, because if we continue on this line, we'll stay on that story. There's another one that made the rounds like last week. Dangote clarifies EFCC visit to his office amid Forex investigation. Did you hear the whopping sum that was allegedly given? You know, when we hear these figures, and 49 billion of some kind of foreign Forex, and you're like, for one businessman, even if it's based on assumption, But they will always tell you that in every lie, there's every smoke.
Yeah.
There's always fire somewhere. That means we would be able to, focus on what is important. Do we have this money? Who does these allocations? Is it that there is no hierarchy? And you can't tell me you want to get money from central bank and there are not more than one person to sign on a document. That would not be proper.
I think one thing I like about Nigeria, though, is when one person is going down, they try to drag as many people down.
Normally.
This is why we said Gen Z.
More the merrier.
So what it was only a matter of time.
So what you're describing is a phenomenon called crabs in a bucket.
Exactly. Exactly.
That is what the phenomenon is called.
All Nigerians are crabs, right? Yeah. There's nobody that it's like you have already saved me, you have embarrassed me, but we're going down together. So it's only a matter of time because before everybody's, they say the breeze has blown. We're saying the bomb of the cow. I'm enjoying it.
I'm not enjoying it. All right, we need to take a break here because we have a jammed show for you today. 2 women have been trending on Nigerian social media, one getting the gifts of her life and another being asked to resign from her position as a Minister of the Federal Republic. We'll also be talking about what businesses can do to guarantee success in 2024. And then we have a milestone participant. Nollywood has its first 1 billion naira film. One of the actors from a tribe called Judah is with us here on Jasiri. But we'll take a quick break and then get into our conversations. Stay with us.
Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Onwili. This is News Central.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
What do you want?
Thanks for staying with us on Jasiri. Now, before we went on a break, we talked about 2 ladies who have been trending. Unfortunately, one of them not for such a good reason. And we're talking about the issue of Betta Edu. I'm sure you've heard the story, and if you haven't, we're going to give you a backstory in the course of the conversation. But the major thing now is the president, Bola Tinubu, has called for a probe into the transfer of about 585 million naira, if I'm not mistaken, 500 million naira in this economy to a private account. Now, over the few days that we've had this conversation, Betta has come out to say that it is not exactly constitutionally wrong to transfer money from a government account to a private account, but people are saying, according to the Constitution, I think the Act 2019 Act that says that it is not right. whether having money transferred from a government account to a private account or from a private account to a government account, because what business do they have together? But anyways, the president has called for a probe. And, in the midst of all of this, the president was at some point, his name was roped in where they said that he, gave the approval, a leaked memo that showed that the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation purportedly wrote to the Accountant General of the Federation asking that amount of money be paid to the private account. Now, Dr. Betty Adu also finds herself in the midst of a scandal that has led to the president, like I said earlier, ordering a probe into the situation. Now, her request was contained in a letter dated December 20, 2023, and she did explain that the payment was meant for migrants, or grants rather, to vulnerable groups in Akwa Ibom, in Cross River, in Ogun State, and of course Lagos State. That's those people who are not doing so well. And the Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Oluwatoyin, has denied honoring the reported payment request. Now, I also do remember that there was a time where Betta did say that these people in this vulnerable state and in remote areas that do not have access to accounts will have accounts opened for them so that the money can be transferred from the government account to their account. So the question is, where is the mix-up coming from? Why then the sudden change of mind that the money was now transferred to a private account for disbursement? Anyways, we're going to have this conversation. And to join us have this conversation, we have someone in the house, the chairman, Accountability, Candor, and Transparency. I'm talking about none other than Mr. Segun Sopiton. First of all, I'd say Happy New Year. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Blessings.
And I think he deserves a round of applause. Is that official guest?
I am delighted. It's on record.
Yes.
I mean,
no one can trump that.
Nobody can take this from me.
In an era where people are breaking world records, I think we should give you
this record.
So, Segun, let's start this because it's a really dicey situation now. This is another person yet that the president is having to somehow probe. So recently he suspended Halima Shea, who is the chief executive officer of the National Social Investment Program Agency, also over alleged financial malfeasance. How much of a test of the president's leadership and also his tolerance for misconduct is this current situation involving Dr. Betty Edu?
Well, I mean, look, all eyes will be on the president, on this case and a number of others. And there are a few others that are still festering. The public is going to be looking to see how the president is going to handle this. Especially, some of these conversations, we shouldn't run away from them. If you think about the run-up to the elections, we're still, the elections are not that far away, still just less than a year ago. And all of the things that were said about the antecedents of the president. The jury is still out on him with regards to his tolerance for corruption, and in fact, even him as a person, we all know, were regaled by all of the things that happened during the petitions at the tribunals, his certificate, all of these things are still out there. So people are watching to see what will the president do with regards to this. So I think it's very good that he has responded so quickly. For me, I'm happy about that because, he's the president of Nigeria. You like him, you don't like him, he's our president. And it's important that that office is conducted in a particular way. The former president was reputed, you remember that meme with the toothpick. This type of thing happens, the man is just silent. So I like the fact that the president has spoken and he has called for a probe. And in that statement, they've also promised that if anybody is found wanting or whoever is culpable, they will be, held responsible. So I think that's a fantastic thing. And then we've also heard that on the back of this and a couple of other little scandals here and there that we've had since his new cabinet has been installed, that there might be a cabinet reshuffle. So I think that's a good thing.
For the president, one of the things that a lot of people talk about him before he got into presidency, the fact that he has a knack for choosing the right hands for the right things. But in this particular administration, we've been seeing a lot of loopholes. Would you say that this is going to affect his own credibility about his choice? Because there have been a lot of speculations about his capacity at the moment, because a lot of people allegedly feel that he is not at his best physically. So would you say the choosing of his cabinet is impaired? Or would there be a slight, he has given the rights for others to choose for him?
Yeah, you know, it's politics. And I think that a lot of times when we talk about these things, you know, when people were campaigning for the president and speaking about all his antecedents, what he did in Lagos, the type of cabinet he had, I always used to tell people, the federal government is different from Lagos. So I have, you know, friends in places in the corridors of power in Abuja who told me, you know, that this list is not the president's list. You know, I mean, this, and it's not surprising. This is really not, it's not something that we should take as though it's some sort of secret or whatever.
And it's not unusual.
It's not unusual because, yes, absolutely, because at the end of the day, you know, it's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that consists of 36 states and the FCT, you know, with all of the interests, religious, tribal, regional, all of that coming together, and all must be satisfied. You know, all of those people that helped him get into office must be satisfied. Yeah. You know, so there is that. The other thing, though, you know, regarding what you said, Lolo, is the president that we have today is not the governor that we had 23 years ago. People always forget.
I almost need a clap offering.
You know, people always forget this. Things have changed.
Yes.
Nigeria has evolved. The man has, you know, he's been through a lot. He's not the same person. He can't be the person he was 23 years or 15, 16 years ago. So what we're seeing today is the reality of who the man, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is today. So the appointments that he has made, for example, you know, there are a couple of names on that list that, honestly, you know, they call a lot of questions. Right. Atiku Bagudu, for example. You know, we know the stories about this man and his links with the Abacha and all of the monies, you know, and yet he is a minister for budget and national planning.
Very sensitive.
You know, very crucial and sensitive portfolio. So, you know, that kind of appointment, you know, you look back and say, what's going on here? What happened to the Bola Ahmed Tinubu that, you know, appointed this great brains and all that, you know? And we've also seen a couple of others. Another example that I like to give, you know, is a woman. So sorry, I know you guys.
Go ahead. We're heading there because I have a question.
We have to talk about these things. The lady in the Ministry of Women Affairs.
Oh,
you know?
Kennedy.
Yeah, Oju Kennedy.
Yes.
You know, the lady just gives me all sorts of vibes when she talks. You know, that office is so powerful. There's so much that can be done with that office. But the kind of things that the lady talks about every time she has the public platform, I'm sorry, it's like she's just punching so far below the potential of her role and what she could achieve. And, you know, the lack of polish and all that is a bit concerning.
So I think we should take a look at these ministries, for example. Let's spotlight this ministry for human affairs. Yeah. Aside from what the minister just did, a lot of people are now calling that ministry be scrapped. Because let's take a look at it, right? Every time that we hear that some displaced persons somewhere are entitled to an amount of money and then the money is disbursed or allegedly disbursed, we don't hear anything, you know, following up. And then this one has also come up where these people in these remote areas have been promised, you know, this amount of money, and now we're hearing that it was sent to a private account. So it's like people are saying there are speculations that every single time that money is being allocated to a particular region, it's an avenue to loot the money or, you know, squander the money or just send it into another account because nobody actually keeps account of who is promised what and who gets what. Because at the end of the day, if you call all the people that have been promised things, you know, over the years, we don't see a substantial amount of persons coming out to say, oh yes, I was promised this and I got it. So people are saying that, what is the need? If they're going to be promised and then they don't get what they're promised, then there's no point for the ministry at all. That they do not exactly blame the ministers, because even the one before her also had like some questionable, you know, things that was supposed to happen and didn't happen. So what is your thought on scrapping the ministry entirely? And if that is done, then how do we take care of these people? And where does accountability come in all of this?
You know, there are a lot of ministries that I think should be scrapped. First of all, you know, Nigeria is at a point now where government's business should be run in a frugal manner. We really have to talk about these things, you know. But instead, the president has gone in the opposite direction and has created multiple more ministries than we had before he came, and including this one. You know, so this one existed before him, but then he ramped it up and gave a bit more energy and verve to it. Before this administration, this ministry was an office in the vice president's office. It was the social investment program. It was under the vice president, former vice president, Yemi Osinbajo. In the second term of President Buhari, they then made a ministry out of it and appointed Umar Sadiq Shadi, I think that's her name. So it's been tested and proven that this ministry can run as a department. In any parastatal, you really need a full-blown minister just to run a social register. Let's be honest, that's all they're really supposed to be about, So when you give the powers of a minister to an office like this, what you create is an avenue, because the minister has absolute purview and oversight over her ministry. For example, the Office of the Accountant General has now denied having approved the release of these funds. And she said something that I found instructive, that all of these ministries are self-reporting, regulating agencies in terms of their certain payments up until certain levels. So they did not need the AGF's office
to go to the AGF
for approval or payment of these monies. So, you have a minister in this role, she can do and undo to a certain level. And I think that's what we saw. So we found, for example, that there are allegations that the ministry was used to fund campaigns in Kogi, in Bayelsa, and what was the other off-cycle election that we just had, in November. There were payments that were made that, were found to be very bogus, and the allegation is that they were used to fund elections. So those types of things are inevitable if you create a ministry out of something that maybe should just be an office in somebody's department.
Exactly. All right, Shagu, unfortunately, because of time, being the first show, we have jammed a lot of conversations in, and we have to let you go. But very quickly, very simple and straightforward answer. President has ordered a probe. Should she resign or should she wait it out?
She should resign if this was a decent society. All apologies to everybody, including myself, but we have not proven ourselves to be decent, and so she'll probably I think she'll be fired. I think the president is looking for scapegoats and examples, and I think she is a perfect one to go with under the circumstances. So, but if you ask me, yes or no, she should resign. It's the honorable thing to do.
The honorable thing to do. And you've just said that we're also not a decent society, so I don't know how much honorability is in this society. All right, we're going to take a quick break right now. As we promised, we're going to talk about businesses and success in 2024. We have a business coach joining us on this very first episode of Jasiri coming up. So make sure you stick around because Coach Nancy is in the building. Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Onwili. This is News Central. Welcome back to Jasiri. Now, as we navigate the evolving landscape of 2024, our next guest is here to guide us through the crucial aspects of structuring your business for success in the dynamic environment that we find ourselves today, a very ever-changing dynamic environment. So joining us now is Nancy Nadi. She's a business structure and finance coach, better known as Coach Nancy. Coach Nancy, welcome to Jasiri. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for having
and
me.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I know, blessings have to put out.
Let's just go straight to it. It's 2024.
Coach Nancy, how, because you do a lot of the business trainings for women in particular, what would you say generally about structured businesses in Nigeria? I know we know how to do business, but generally, how would you say business? Would you say that we have very well-structured business in Nigeria?
No. So in Nigeria, we have a lot of businesses are not structured. Even sometimes they look structured, but when you go internally, you realize that they are not. Structure has to do with being able to organize your business to run smoothly with or without the CEO involvement. So most SMEs, most small business owners don't have that. Close to 90% of SMEs, if they are not available, their business cannot operate. So you realize that from January to December, they are just burning out, working. That's why you realize that some of them don't even go for vacation. They don't go for anything. They are the business. They are the one doing it. And as a small business owner, before I even grew, because I started my business like 17 years ago, I realized that one of the major challenges of even businesses not growing financially and otherwise is actually lack of structure. Lack of structure has to do with how you even recruit people. You must understand the level where your business is and the kind of employees that should suit or fit into that business. Based on your income, the available amount you can pay, and also structure helps you break it down to even help you assist the people that are coming to even work with you, to care for them. So I say something like, even when you are creating policies for your business, it must not be self-centered. Yeah. It must be mutually beneficial, whether you're a small business owner or not. There is still a level of you being able to have that mutually beneficial policy or systems or business that run well. You must not have to be that big brand to do that nice thing for any of your staff.
But Coach Nancy, now, you did say that a business that lacks structure mostly has to do with, when the CEO is not around. But I've realized that even in Nigeria, right, a lot of times the CEO themselves do not know what they're doing.
Or sometimes they're even the problem.
They're even the problem. And I've worked with some people where the owners of the business obviously dabbled into the business because at the point, the business is running, but then it gets to a point where they don't know what they want, but they know what they don't want. So it's now a situation of, this is not working. I don't know what we're going to do. Fix it. I don't know. I don't have a solution, but everybody just try and fix it.
So sometimes when it comes to the business owner issue, they have a lot of issues. Like if you go through my posts, I will tell them all the times, no matter the lack of structure boils down on the CEO's table. You can't blame your employee for what they are not even divisionaire of. You are the owner of the business. You should know what you want. Then from there, you can now begin to dissect and give people, share the vision with them. They can now know that, okay, you have to be in charge of A, B, and C. But now most CEOs are always afraid of trade secret theft.
Yes.
So, and in my course, I will always tell you, I've been a victim of trade secret theft before. And now I understand that you can also protect your trade secrets.
So very quickly, for those who don't know what trade secret theft is.
So trade secret is just your economic advantage. What can make your staff to just go and start your business the next minute they're out of your
sort of replicating what you're doing.
Stealing all your ideas, sometimes your recipe, your everything. So how do you ensure that? Because one of the issues business owner has is because they want to protect everything. You can't protect everything. You don't need to protect your sales. You don't need to protect your figures. You just need to identify what is my trade secret. Then hold on to that. Protect it well. Then with that, you will be able to give people the right information to work well. But in a case when you are trying to protect everything, you are going to frustrate your staff.
Okay.
And another part of what you have asked is the fact that a lot of people are still at that level of, I want to be the boss, I want to be the almighty CEO. When you come to structuring your business, you have to be able to relinquish your power. Your manager should share
That's
part of the power.
for a lot
Your
of
very hard.
So,
especially sole proprietors.
So we get to a level, even me, I've been there. When I started relieving, I was like, this person is coming to act like you are the owner of this business. But if you want, you either choose growth or you choose power. You want to be in control or you want to grow. If you want to continue to be in control, then you'll be limited. But if you want to truly grow and evolve above that level of smallness, then you have to let people come in. Understand that the power is not to make them supersede you. It's just to also share in your vision and make it clearer for other people.
Okay, Coach Nancy, unfortunately, time is not with us. So I have two very quick questions.
Yeah.
One, consumer behavior is a major issue for many businesses. And I can tell you as a consumer, I've changed brands because of the cost of things in the market. Yes. I've stopped buying certain things because of the cost of things in the market. So how can small businesses in 2024 adjust to changing consumer behavior? And then very quickly, what are your top 3 tips for businesses in 2024 for success?
Okay, so for consumer behavior, you must constantly be on top of watch out for what is the trend. You must constantly be on top of your game for what is happening in the market, what is available, how can I reduce costs, how can I give quality. Not necessarily reducing costs to give less quality product, but giving quality. And sometimes you cannot reduce cost, but how can I give them more? You might even be selling at expensive, but yet your customer service is okay. Some of the reasons why people change brand or decide not to buy from this might just be simple service issue. Not following up, wrong attitude, and all of them still boil down to not organizing your business well, which is still structural issue. The CEO has a lot of part to play in this, in ensuring the staff are also okay, and they also understand what is needed for those target audience, your customers. What are we supposed to do for them? A lot of people focus on too many things. Every business, you must just focus on what does my audience need? How do I ensure I give them the best of that thing that they want from us? And customer service is one, and every business in 2004 must understand that there is no game of playing the business as usual, because the social media is there to just call you out any day, anytime. So you must be on top of your customer service, and you must ensure your customers are served well, and you must be on top of your policies to ensure you communicate to your customer the right thing you want them to get, and you're also giving them the supply of the right thing. So that when we come to the table where there are issues, you can say, no, this is what transpired.
Top 3 tips,
you can always
really
1, 2, 3, we have to go. Okay.
So one of the things I want people to focus on this year is, number 1, look at what was not working last year. Okay. Do a review, evaluation of your last year, then begin to improve on those things that didn't work well. Then number 2, if you're a CEO, understand that one of the major part of structure is also separating your personal finance from your business finance. A lot of business owners keep dipping their hands in their business fund. You must pay yourself salary, and you must watch out. It's a lot of us either underpay or overpay ourselves. So there is a way to ensure you pay yourself the right amount.
And number 3.
And then lastly, don't always forget that visibility is key for your business. And for you to be visible, strategy is very important. You must sit down, plan it, understand what your customer wants, what are you willing to offer, what can you give, and finally, the word structure.
A tip on top.
The final one is every business owner must ensure they are disciplined enough to make their reality come true.
All right, Coach Nancy, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll be having Coach Nancy come back because businesses are the core. Small and medium-sized businesses are the core of driving Nigeria's economy. They contribute about 84% to the GDP and even, of course, employ around 90%, if not more, of Nigerians. So they have a role to play, and we need to ensure they're successful. You're watching Jasiri. When we come back, it's the 1 billion naira conversation. That is it. Nollywood gets its first 1 billion naira movie. Stay with us.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV. The stories that put Africa first.
Welcome back to Jasiri. I hope you have been having a wonderful morning with us with all the great conversations we had so far. This conversation we're about to have is one that I'm particularly excited about because 1 billion naira, that is the latest figure in town, as a tribe called Judah has smashed the box office records, not just in Nigeria, across Africa, becoming the first Nigerian movie to earn 1 billion naira. That's about $1.1 million or about 900,000 pounds at the theaters. The movie is from the Nigerian actor, director, and producer Funke Akindele. And she did this feat in just 3 weeks at the box office. And I would say that is quite remarkable. And joining us today is one of the actors on the set of I almost said Jennifer's Diary.
We understand.
Yes,
we understand.
Tribe Judah. And we have Toby Makinde with us in the studio. Toby, you're very welcome.
Welcome and congratulations.
I'm sorry, was that my Happy New Year?
Please go ahead. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Oh my God. Toby, how does it feel to be part of the first Nollywood movie to cross $1 billion in 3 weeks?
Record breaking.
Record
breaking.
Excitement. That's how I feel. I'm happy, to be honest. I'm privileged. I thank God. This is a win for Nollywood. It's big. It's a win for Nigeria, and it goes to show that the entertainment industry is, thriving. And I'm happy to be part of this movement. So yeah, definitely, I'm excited. I can start dancing now.
You know what? What I noticed is literally Funke Akindele dominates at the box office.
Yes.
And this year it's been her, Tony Abraham, and Mercy Aigbe.
Yeah.
So what we see, if we bring in AY as well, but it seems to be it's the women.
Yes.
Women directors, women creatives with Nollywood, women like our Lolo.
Women power.
Really bringing that to the fore. And if you watch Funke's trajectory, you can expect it. So 1 billion.
Yes.
I'm assuming it's not gonna end there. So
No,
you have
definitely.
January,
It's
you have
actually
December.
1 billion and counting.
And
I'm counting because it's still showing.
What do you
Probably
think
hit
about
2 billion.
women's progress in Nollywood?
I feel like, the women are putting in a lot, and the men need to sit up.
I like that.
Men, you need to sit up. They're bringing in their A game, and they're showing to us that, they are not to be, put at the back seat.
Yeah.
So definitely, we definitely as men need to sit up. The women, they brought in their A game. I mean, this last year, now, we have 3 of the highest grossing movies, Nollywood movies from all women producers. So back to back. And it was the same thing 2022. Yes, it was the same thing, when Battle on Booker Street, a film I co-directed with Auntie Funke as well. Yeah. You know, it was the same thing. So yeah, the women are really dominating, and I'm happy to see this. I'm happy to see this. They're changing the narrative.
Toby,
Yeah.
all right. I want to ask you from a different perspective. Would you say that Nigerians are really telling the real African stories? Because a lot of times when we look at Nollywood generally, we see at a time, it was an influx of copy.
Yes.
Everybody wanted to, you know, make films like some other parts of the world.
Yes.
It's just like I stopped watching Indian films when they moved from traditional to urban.
Yes.
I just do not fancy the stories. If I wanted to see real American films, I would just go straight to America and watch their films.
Yeah.
Would you say that Nigerian producers and directors and everybody in the industry, would you say that we are beginning to tell authentic African stories? Because the Black Book was big too.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's on Netflix. But would you say we are telling authentic African stories?
Our stories.
Our own stories.
Yes, we are. And that is evident in the success, you know, that we've recorded so far. Because now Nigerians can relate with the kind of stories that we tell. You know, Nigerians can relate with the characters. For instance, A Tribe Called Judah, there are so many characters that Nigerians can relate with. First, from the lead character, Jedida Judah, played by Auntie Funke. There are so many, you know, single mothers, single parents, you know, that are in that, you know, that situation. Yeah. And, you know, the society is quick to judge them, but you don't know what they've been through. You don't know why they're single mothers. You don't know, you know, why they have children for different men. So, yeah. We're beginning to tell authentic stories, and it is evident in the success because now we can relate. So people want to go to the cinema, and rather than see Hollywood movies, they want to see our own movies.
Yeah.
And they can, you know, relate with the characters. I mean, for instance, the character I play, a lot of people love it, and I'm amazed, I'm surprised, I'm overwhelmed.
What do you mean? For me, Agbero is a culture thing.
Yeah, it's
in
almost
Africa,
relatable.
the only thing is, if we can just make it well done, let's legitimize what they're doing. Let's put structure to what they're doing. They have their place.
They do. And I feel...
okay, see, that's
we might not appreciate, but they have their place.
This is where I want to like look at this whole thing from, right? I want us to look into the work ethics. I mean, by the way, hats off to Funke Akindele. That a lot of people have been talking about the intentionality in all of this, right?
Yes.
There was, of course, the Battle on Booker Street. In 2021, there was Omogeto, and that was in the heat of the pandemic. So this is not by chance.
No, it's
this
not.
is very strategic, right? And I did, because I'm always very intrigued by the, you know, BTS as opposed to the major movies. So I've seen a lot of, you know, interviews where she granted, and then one of the things she said was, that's answering what Lolo said about telling our own stories. She has said something like, we know how to be Western, but can we tell them that we also know how to be traditional?
Exactly.
And then I also saw in some interviews where she said she played the director, the stylist, the everything, and then the lead character. And even while playing the lead character, she was also looking to you guys to to see if you were truly representing what she wanted. So again, it's about strategy and intention. So I just want you, I mean, Lolo has worked with her, you have worked with her.
Yes.
So I want you to tell us a little about her work ethic. And because a lot of people think, oh, it's just by mistake. No, I mean, track record has shown. So
Auntie Funke is a very hardworking person. She's very intentional about the stories that she tells. You know, she would rather, like you said, would rather tell original African stories that we can relate with, you know, because I mean that's the society we're living in, you know. So she's very intentional, you know, from the scripting. She writes her script herself. From the scripting, she's defining every character and giving them traits that are relatable, you know, things that, and giving them situations, creating scenes that, you know, once you see it, you're like, that has happened to me before, you know, and then, you know, on set, you know, she's like everyone knows, like I say all the time, she's a disciplinarian, you know, and she's always in every department because she there's a picture that she's trying to, you know, portray. So she has it in her head. So for every character, there's a certain way she wants them to look. For Shinene, there's a certain way she wants Shinene to look. For Emeka Judah, there's a certain way she wants, Emeka Judah. There's a certain way she wants Olumide Oworu, the last born, Ejiro, to act. There's a certain way she wants him to... The fact that people love him and the love that he has, for his girlfriend, testimony is intentional. I remember because I was part of the scripting process, she'll be like, put it, add it. Yeah, Ejiro, I love you now. I love you. She said, add it. They are going to love it. They're going to love you, people. And everything she said during the scripting, pre-production, while we were filming, everything she said about each scene, saying that this scene is very strong, it's very emotional. It was true, because at the cinemas, everyone was like, hey, that's what she intended to achieve. And I thank God that, she did achieve it, because sometimes you might set out to achieve something and then get another result. But, like you said, it's not fluke. She has done it back to back, so she knows the business. And when it comes to marketing, of course,
she has it on lock. So, Toby, that's about Funke Akindele herself. But as you said, you also co-directed one of her films last year. Yes. Now you're starring in a film with her. Probably also co-directing behind the scenes, as Blessings was talking about. But for you, what's next? When you see this 1 billion naira movie for Nollywood, what kind of ambition does it bring for you?
I mean, it shows that nothing is impossible. And, there's no limitation to our dreams. It shows, so many filmmakers now know that, oh, yes, I can do it. 1 billion. I can't do it.
No grief for anybody. No grief for anybody. Again, it's 1 billion and counting.
You'll just be shocked. By next week now, 2 billion. I won't be surprised.
And Nigerians can replicate things.
Oh, yeah. I intend to replicate.
Next,
who knows, this year you might just be sitting next to a 1 billion.
I love it.
No grief for anybody.
Yeah, so, personally, I have learned a lot from Auntie Funke. Her tenacity, her doggedness. She has, she's been in the game for over 2 decades, and she has been consistent. And she has shown to us that it is possible. So my dreams are bigger now.
Yeah.
So even
your dreams are valid.
Valid. We really need to go. Time is just not our friend at all. And there's no time to chip in that story that we all wanted to talk about.
We will get there, because that story is still brewing.
Yes,
it's still brewing. If you don't know the story, go and follow us on social media at News Central TV, and you'll have an idea of the story that's brewing. But I want to say a very big thank you to Toby Makinde for joining us, and once again, congratulations on the feat that a tribe called Judah is performing. 1 billion and that a tribe called Judah is performing. 1 billion and counting. And we know that it's inspiring a lot of people, creatives in Nollywood, and even across the African continent to see the potential in terms of domestic film production and domestic movies beating foreign movies at the box office. So you get the honor of ending the show with us, which we like to chit chat. So please, on this note, we're ending. We have some behind the scenes, off record things we want to talk to Toby about. And so that's how we're going to wrap up this very first revamped edition of Jasiri right here on News Central. From me and the ladies and those behind the scenes who've made it possible for us today, thank you so much. God bless and blessings.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. All right, guys, we'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Bright and not very early, but bright at 10 a.m. mid-morning time on News Central. Do have a good one. Bye-bye.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
It's not just news to us, it's our voice and our story. It's our report, how we tell African stories for Africans. With detailed, timely and authentic reports, News Central is your home for true news and African stories. I am Omolola Ololade. This is News Central.
As reporters, we don't just gather news stories, we experience them daily. So join us on Report Desk Africa as we share these experiences and review the top African stories. Only on News Central.
Continent, engaging in an analytical report. Resident doctors in Nigeria commenced a 5-day warning strike. Queues have hit the major cities in Nigeria, bringing you authentic stories as they happen. I am Adeshewa Olushoga. This is News Central.
As a journalist, because when you speak to the situation or the people affected, that's when you get the full story.
And so we go all out. The protest was ongoing and it was peaceful across the plains for real-time stories.
And it was the longest bridge until the 6th of October bridge was completed in Cairo, Egypt.
Knee on knee. This is News Central.
...2023 was a rollercoaster ride for the commodities market, edged with near misses, price standoffs and geopolitical tremors. As we sit in proper into 2024, the question is, where will this unpredictable market head next year? Of course, this year rather. Now, Nigeria's anti-graft agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has sent shockwaves through the business community with a surprise raid on the headquarters of the Dangote Group, one of Africa's largest conglomerates, and some other companies also, as part of an ongoing investigation into the allocation of foreign exchange, that is Forex, in the country. And also, Nigeria's real estate sector in 2023 was a story of navigating a sea of change. And the year saw the new government ushering a wave of reforms, presenting both hurdles and opportunities for the industry. What were the highs and lows last year? It's going to be a robust package this morning, a little tweak on Business Edge, and that's what we call it, and we will take you through it. I am Leko Onobanjo. We start by serving you African business stories. In fulfillment of its commitments to eliminating the backlog of pending matured foreign exchange in deposit money banks, the Central Bank of Nigeria recently disbursed approximately $61.64 million to foreign airlines through various banks. This is part of the Apex Bank's efforts to reduce its remaining liabilities to the airlines. This information was confirmed by the Acting Director of the Corporate Communications Department at the CBN, Hakama Sidi Ali. She further disclosed that in the past 3 months, the CBN has also redeemed outstanding forward liabilities worth almost $2 billion. This, according to her, underscores the bank's commitment to the resolution of pending obligations and a functional foreign exchange market. Libya's National Oil Corporation, NOC, on Sunday declared a force majeure with immediate effect on its Sharara oil field, which can produce up to 300,000 barrels per day due to protests in the area. Libya's oil output has been disrupted repeatedly in the chaotic decade since the 2011 NATO-led uprising against its former leader, Muammar Gaddafi. NOC said in a statement that the Sharara closure has suspended crude oil supplies from the field to Zawiya terminal. The Sharara field, one of Libya's largest, has been a frequent target for local and broader political protests. The field, located in the Murzouk Basin in southeast Libya, is run by state oil firm NOC via the Associates company with Spain's Repsol, France's Total, Austria's OMV, and Norway's Equinor. Finally, the price of bread in Zimbabwe has increased recently, and bakers are attributing it to taxes mentioned in the 2024 national budget by Finance Minister Mthuli Nkubi. Bakers previously sold bread for around 90 cents, but have now raised the price to $1. As a result, retailers and tuck shops have also hiked their prices from $1 to $1.20. Tuck shop owners believe the increase is due to higher tollgate fees from $2 to $4. These price increases on bread and other goods are a result of the taxes outlined in the national budget. It has become a challenge for both businesses and consumers as the cost of living continues to rise. And that's it on African business headlines this morning. To start with, we have three conversations anyway, but we want to start with 2024 commodities outlook and what it means looking at the global community.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
It's not just news to us. It's our voice and our story. It's our report. How we tell African stories for Africans. With detailed, timely and authentic reports, News Central is your home for true news and African stories. I am Omolola Ololade. This is News Central.
You're watching Business Edge on New Central Television. Before we x-ray the commodities outlook for the year 2024, let's quickly bring you this, and it's very, very important, most especially for Nigeria, and that is about the EFCC probing deeply into FX allocations in Nigeria. And according to reports, the opaque foreign exchange allocation mechanism, which characterized the nation's previous Forex regimes, has now come to the front burner. Recently, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, wrote to over 80 companies, directing them to supply documents supporting the allocation and utilization of foreign currencies to them in the last 10 years. Now, New Central's Perpetua Fasimi Peter spoke to a market participant on this and filed in this report.
Over the past decade, Nigerians have continued to express fears that the nation's forex allocation process is fraught with favoritism. Many believe favored Nigerians and their foreign collaborators benefit massively from this.
While some companies are getting access to Forex, most companies are not getting Forex to transact their daily businesses. And it's been one story after the other. To some, it's been that there's round tripping. Some are collecting this dollar, even directly from CBN, which is not supposed to be, and selling it to the black market without using it for any business purpose. To some, they are collecting Forex, presenting documents that are very relevant for the collection of Forex, but at the end of the exercise, they are not using the Forex also, they are using it for other purposes, particularly selling it. We also have another group of organizations that collect far more than the Forex they need for their business transaction, for their import purposes. And when they get more of these currencies, they also end up selling it to the black market.
Sadly, the implication of such favoritism, if any, is better imagined.
The effects have been monumental, negatively monumental. First is that investors lose confidence in the country. The other to it is that companies will continue to close shops as they are doing now. A lot of big corporate conglomerates have left the shores of the country. It begins to now cause unnecessary inflation. Inflation that could have been curbed are being allowed to go on and on and on with this round tripping going around the Forex market.
Just like many Nigerians, Dr. Egbeshola hopes the recent move by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission will yield the needed result.
If we have unavailability of Forex, the little we have should be able to go around to all of those that need it. Not that a very few select ones will have access to it, and the majority will continue to suffer at the detriment of all of us who are citizens of this country. And that's not how an economy of a country can grow. It should be nipped in the bud. I am happy that some of us have been shouting about this over time and time again, and we are bringing it up now. And we're also seeing some agencies of government going around to see if truly this is happening. And perhaps we are looking forward to a time where serious punitive measures will be meted out to those who are carrying out this crime against all of us in Nigeria.
Over the years, Nigeria has been an import-dependent economy with a growing demand for foreign exchange. The scarcity of this, coupled with the now collapsed multiple exchange rates and the opaque nature of forex allocation, has ensured that favored customers of banks could access the greenback at the official rate at any time, leaving others scrambling and the economy gasping for breath. Recent efforts to shine a light on this murky system could serve as a powerful deterrent, signaling a potential shift towards a more transparent and equitable playing field. In Lagos, for News Central, I am Perpetua Fasami Peter.
And sequel to that, operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission last week also visited the headquarters of the Dangote Group in connection with ongoing investigation into Forex allocations in the country. To help us make sense of this, Femi Oladeyin, senior partner, Argentile Capital Partners, joins me on the show. Thank you so much, Oladeyin, for talking to us at this time.
Hi, good morning. Good to be here.
Now, foreign exchange allocations in Nigeria involve the appropriation of Forex for various purposes within the country, and it is legal, including the Central Bank of Nigeria is the one mandated to manage the processes and activities on the market, ensuring that allocations are in line with the country's goals. So to start with, what are the criteria for obtaining Forex, either as an individual or a business entity? And why is it that now it seems as though we are hearing reports of infractions by companies in Nigeria when it comes to accessing Forex?
So the process for obtaining Forex is basically people who need Forex would approach their banks with specific documentation. Now, it depends on what you need the Forex for. So if it's for imports, you'll fill it from M. If it's for invisible trade, you'll fill it from A. And all of these would then go to the central bank. And the central bank would, through an approval system, approve who is, supposed to get or who is qualified to receive FX. Now, one of the things we have to understand is that the system that Nigeria runs of allocating FX in itself is quite unusual. It's not exactly global practice, where the central bank is the one that allocates Forex to business users. And it appears that the fact that we've lumbered this responsibility on the central bank has created this opportunity for significant loopholes and opaqueness in the process. Look, what happened in the last 8 years, probably longer than that, depending on how long we're able to investigate, has been at a minimum the most criminal misuse of public funds that we've ever seen in the history of the country. And a lot of that is just simply due to the opaqueness of the process. If in the past, when we used to have the Dutch auction system, it was easier because you had to leave trade, go at auction, and if you won the bid, then you got your FX. The moment it became this arbitrary process where the central bank was the one who was the judge and arbiter in its own case, it was obviously open to abuse. And that's what we saw in the last 8 years.
So invariably, it means that when we look at the rates as it happens Nigeria, or as it happened in Nigeria, it's as a result of the CBN's negligence. And in some cases, it's been over 8 to 10 years that we've had companies get involved in situations like this. But then if we are going to scale it down to just about last week when the Dangote Group was investigated, of course, they went to the headquarters, that is the EFCC officials, to obtain information as regards Forex allocation to that particular company. So in the likes of that, how do you think these would impact Forex allocation to other companies moving forward? Looking that we have companies who, of course, go round the back to have access to this when it should actually follow due process.
So look, I mean, like I said earlier on, the biggest problem we had was the opaqueness of the process in itself. So if you had a situation where people who needed Forex were able to go to an open market and bid, and then that immediately eliminates the possibility of somebody circumventing or short-circuiting the market. What we had under Governor Emefiele was simply a process that allowed individuals and corporates abuse relationships or overextend their relationships and benefit significantly from it. Now, the second dilemma that we had in the last 8 years was that significant delta between the street price of the Naira and the official exchange rate, which left significant rooms for arbitrage. I mean, we at some point had almost a 70 to 80% differential. The Naira was selling at 750 on the streets and was selling at 400 Naira thereabout at the official market. That in itself creates an arbitrage opportunity for anyone who's looking for access to the dollars. Now, what we have in the market today is slightly different. You now have the INE window, which is the official window of the central bank or the official window of the market. And anyone who wants to access the dollars has to effectively go and bid in that INE window. And if you're able to get at whatever price that you want to get, then you're fine. So the truth is that market transparency is in itself what is important in a market like ours, where even pricing is being determined significantly by the central bank. And until we get to a point where market transparency is unquestionable, then you are always going to have the kind of arbitrage that we had during the Emefiele time as CBN governor. And I think that isn't good for anyone.
So how does this also impact investors who might be willing to also enter the Nigerian market? Earlier on, we watched a report where our guest talked about investors not having confidence when we have situations like this happen. And of course, in some situations, some companies might be forced to fold up. So what are the wider implications of this if it continues?
Oh, they're significant. Look, you would also see that in the last 8 years of the Buhari regime, and even the first 6 months of this current regime, and we've seen foreign direct investment flows shrink. I mean, probably shrink is not even the right word, it's collapse. And the reason why this has happened is because people lost confidence in the market. The market always played on a willing buyer, willing seller approach prior to these last 8 years. And once that market collapsed, it became one where your relationship determined whether you got dollars or not. And that is not something that foreign investors like. Yeah, when there's volatility in your market, that's okay. Foreign investors can hedge against it. But when it is not, when the rules of exchange or the rules of engagement are not clear, and that in itself is a deterrent. And we've seen the impact on companies pulling out of the market from GSK, especially in the healthcare space. People who have pulled out. We've also seen it, especially in the investment banking space, where private equity firms have stopped investing in Nigeria simply because the rules of taking their money out are not as transparent as it should be. So this has done significant damage to the economy. And again, the fact that EFCC is raiding corporates is also not good again for just for perception as to government overhang. I think the EFCC could have been a bit more professional in having invited the Dangote officials to their offices, getting a full raid on perhaps the largest conglomerate in the country isn't exactly one that's going to instill confidence in anyone looking to invest in Nigeria.
Well, according to what we know, we understood that these officials, of course, did have an encounter with the EFCC operatives at their office, but EFCC said they were not too satisfied with the information they brought forward in terms of the documents requested from them, and they had to go to the office to get the detailed information that was required to engage or to help fuel this investigation, and that was why they did what they did, though that's not an excuse anyway. So moving forward, now, could this investigation lead to changes in Nigeria's Forex allocation? Probably we look at policies and regulations, or how do you think that these can be knit so that we can have a robust and a healthy financial system, market system, even as we move forward?
So the CBN has taken the first step, which is making the INE window the official window for the market. And I think that's quite positive. It means that there is a transparent market wherein you could trade Forex. So that's step one. Step two, as we know, is that the market itself is dysfunctional in the sense that supply has shrunk significantly. So the wide swings that you see in currency performance is something that has been a problem, where in a trading day, the Naira can swing as much as 500 Naira. I don't think that is sustainable. So we need to work on increasing the sources of FX that are flowing into the official market and making sure that that increase in Forex makes itself available to people who need it for genuine reasons. Now, ultimately, though, the plan has to be a completely deregulated and completely free and fair Forex market, where the central bank doesn't play any role whatsoever other than the lender of last resort to the FX market. So where in a willing buyer and a willing seller can use a market-determined rate to close out on a transaction. And I think until we get there, we're still going to be open to possible abuse of the system, like we're seeing now. And that has to be our ultimate goal as a country, which is completely liberalize the market, allow market forces to determine the direction of the exchange rate, and the central bank only becoming the intervener of last resort, where you're trying to find some level of stability. And until we get there, honestly, we're still going to have significant challenges in the market.
Femiola Dane, Senior Partner, Argentile Capital Partners, thank you so much for your contribution on the show.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So you're watching Business Edge. We'll go on a short break. When we return, we want to look at the commodities outlook for 2024. Of course, a lot has been happening on the global market. We talk about the Russia-Ukraine crisis, the Israel-Hamas crisis is still there, and what's happening on the Red Sea, of course, with Iran, the Houthis, and the U.S. battling it out for resource and for a commodity push in that particular area. We'll look at all that and what it portends for the year 2024. '23 was an eventful year for the commodities market. Oil prices narrowly missed the $100 per barrel mark as OPEC Plus struggled to keep prices lower or higher. Now, the spat between Russia and Ukraine over the Black Sea grain deal stoked fears of a global food crisis. Cocoa farmers in West Africa had a standoff with off-takers over price disputes as the Ghanaian government sought to improve the livelihoods of local cocoa farmers. So Ted George, Chief Narrative Officer at Cleo's Advisory, joins me now for some insights, even as we look at how the commodities would shape up in the year 2024. Ted George, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, it's great to be on the program.
So when you think back on 2023, what would be the key market highlights for you across the commodities landscape?
Well, I think the key thing to say is that we're getting so used to crisis, this idea of perma-crisis. There's never been a time when it's been so uncertain, everything from pandemic lockdowns and everything that's happened since. So the world has adapted. Supply chains have improved and got better. And you may have noticed, I mean, most people, Christmas around the world, people, stuff was in the shops. Whether people could afford it is another question, of course, with inflation. But I think basically the response of the supply chains has been great, which is why this Red Sea crisis is such a worry. It's the last thing we need when things were almost getting back to normal. But of course, the other big thing is inflation. And that, of course, also means high interest rates, people getting squeezed both ways, a lot of cost of living crisis everywhere in the world. And I mean, it's relatively good, the outlook in terms of the commodity prices, they've come down. But the uncertainty ahead, we're on for choppy waters.
So keeping oil prices higher for longer will be a key priority for OPEC Plus in 2024. So how will factors like China, the global demand dynamics, and U.S. shale producers shape the cartel's 2024 strategy?
Well, it's really hard to know exactly what the influence OPEC has now. I mean, it's interesting that Angola just recently withdrew from the organization, but it is still incredibly significant. The reality is that the oil price has come down. It's now about less than $80 a barrel for Brent. That's roughly where it was back in October 21, before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which really disrupted the whole markets. But the truth is there's just so many risks to the supply chain, and it's really unclear how global growth is coming back. It's such a big question. China looks weak. It really is weaker, even though it's still growing, and there's a lot of concerns there about the property market. But the USA is unbelievably resilient. And then you look to Europe and you've got Germany, which is suddenly becoming the sick man of Europe. All kinds of issues there, the last thing you'd expect. So it's so hard to say exactly where this is going to go. But with oil prices, they could go either way. I think it's likely there's going to be attempts by OPEC and all the producers to keep them high. But can the world economy really sustain $100 a barrel? I don't know. 80 feels about right for how the world economy is feeling at the moment.
Well, Africa is also having its fair share of challenges, and when we look at it, adverse weather conditions are expected to impact cocoa production in West Africa this year, which is a major export commodity for the African region. Now, what is your outlook for the region, looking at the climate change and all the issues with the weather and how it will affect the continent's, of course, commodity and produce that it hopes to export to other countries for revenue?
Well, absolutely. All of the soft commodity sector, the export sector, has been affected. And the fact is, it's been affected in ways that we've been talking about for years. We've seen yields dropping dramatically in Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana because of the stress of older trees. We're seeing diseases like black pod spreading much more easily. We're seeing a real change in weather patterns. So the fact is, this is everything that's happening. And Cote d'Ivoire's had a very poor start to the season. Ghana has been in crisis for at least 2 seasons, really struggled to get up its production. And we're seeing cocoa prices up as high as £3,500 sterling a ton. There are some estimates it could go to 6,000 a ton this season if this crisis continues. And a lot of it is to do with climate change. We see the evidence of it. So it's a real concern. And of course, that affects all the crops as well. That means there'll be more demand for imported food, again, pushing up inflation and then putting pressure on the current accounts of all of the different countries and affecting their currency and ability to borrow.
So what then are the policy reforms that you would urgently, of course, advise in the region stop cocoa producers if we hope to strengthen value chain in the region?
Sure. Well, the first thing is sorting out the finances, and they're trying that. I mean, it's just interesting with Ghana's pre-export finance, the PXF, that still hasn't been concluded as far as I understand. That would normally have been done by October or maybe even September. So there's a lot of concerns around that. The same goes in Cote d'Ivoire, if the financing can be provided to farmers if they have a much poorer crop. So if that can be sorted, that helps the supply chain flow. But it's really actually about the infrastructure. So it's getting better marketing infrastructure out there. That's everything to do with warehousing, marketplaces, transport, logistics, ports. It's all the basic stuff you need. But we can take that for granted in countries which are very developed, but they are critical to crops which can rot in the fields or in the warehouses if you don't get them to market on time. Africa has always produced enough food to feed itself. It just can't distribute it and store it. That's the key to really breaking the logjam here.
Let's now look at the wheat market, which brings to mind the dispute between Russia and Ukraine over the grain deal in 2023. Can we expect any form of stability in prices this year?
Well, it is remarkable to see that the wheat price is down, actually. It's down to around $600 a bushel. That's roughly where the price was before COVID, and certainly long before Russia-Ukraine. So the real concern here, I think, is just that generally, because we could be looking at poor crops in all different parts of the world because of climate change, that we could see the price rise up again because of this need for demand. And, wheat is one of the key traded grains out there as well. We have so many different weather crises, and everyone's looking at the southern hemisphere at the moment. You think Argentina, Australia, to see how are they being affected, because if the crops fail there, it's really going to push up prices. But the broader issue here as well is that though the market has responded very well, there have been alternatives for getting grain out of Ukraine, though in much smaller volumes. There's still risks there. There was a ship that was hit in December last year. The pilot was killed taking grain out of Ukraine. And of course, we have this new Suez crisis. Loads of shipping not using the Suez Canal because they don't want to go into the Red Sea. And that's a real concern. That's all going to increase pressure essentially on prices. And that all feeds through into food prices.
And before we wrap up, quickly, I'd like to just take your thoughts on this. We know what's happening on the Red Sea with, of course, oil cargoes and ships being disrupted right there in that axis, and the West and Iran and the Houthis all going head-to-head and trying to ensure resource control in that particular area. Do you think that would have any impact on the global price of oil? Because we've seen a bit of appreciation at the end of last year going to this year. Do you think that would affect the price moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, quite possibly. I mean, it's going to have a knock-on effects on a load of things. I mean, more than anything, it's actually going to affect the price of other goods that were going through the Suez Canal. So it could be electronics, it could be food, it could be clothing, footwear, all kinds of things like that, consumer goods. But generally, it would inevitably have a knock-on because there is a lot of oil that goes through the Suez Canal to Europe, So that really is going to affect the price. And of course, there's this broader concern about a conflict spreading in the Middle East. And everyone is concerned about that. There's a huge amount of diplomacy underway to try and prevent that. That's the real concern, because we remember what happened in the 1980s, the 1990s, with the various different conflicts in the Gulf. They pushed up prices massively.
Finally, George, what key lessons now from 2023 will be useful to remember as traders navigate the commodities market this year?
Well, I think it's this whole question about getting used to dealing with crisis. The future generation of leaders, business leaders, traders as well, they're going to have to be really good at managing crises and be used to it. And therefore, you need crisis-proven solutions. There are so many things that can be done. I mean, we know what needs to be done to improve the supply chains in Africa, and certainly in terms of addressing climate change. That really came out clearly in COP28, but I think even more broadly, all of the different areas of the world have to really factor in how climate change is going to affect things like the production of food, because everyone is affected ultimately.
Ted George, Chief Narrative Officer at Cleo's Advisory, thank you so much for your contribution.
Thanks.
Yes, we know that 2024 promises to be another year of twists and turns for the commodities market. But while challenges abound, there are also opportunities for innovation and sustainable growth if we take a cue and take a lesson, of course, from what obtained last year, 2023, and use that to forge a formidable market for the continent, not only for the continent, but for the global community moving forward. We go on another short break. When we return, we'll take you through international business stories. Then we look at Nigeria's real estate sector. To stay with us.
I love to make a difference as a journalist because when you speak to the situation, all the people affected, that's when you get the full story.
And so we go all out. The protest was ongoing and it was peaceful across the plains for real-time stories.
And it was the longest bridge until the 6th of October bridge was completed in Cairo, Egypt.
Ni Omoni. This is News Central.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
It's not just news to us, it's our voice and our story. It's our report, how we tell African stories for Africans, with detailed, timely and authentic reports. News Central is your home for true news and African stories. I am Omolola Ololade. This is News Central.
Oil dropped after Saudi Arabia cut official selling prices for all regions, underscoring a worsening global outlook and outweighing concern over Red Sea tensions and supply disruptions in Libya. Global benchmark Brent fell below $78 a barrel after rising by 2.2% last week, with West Texas Intermediate under $73. State producer Saudi Aramco lowered its flagship Arab Light price to Asia by more than expected $2 a barrel due to persistent weakness in the global crude markets. China's securities regulator is allowing mutual fund managers to sell more shares than they buy each day, 3 sources said, removing a ban introduced late last year aimed at propping up a flagging stock market. The China Securities Regulatory Commission late last year barred major mutual fund companies from selling shares on a net basis on any day, answering top leadership call to stabilize a market that was among the world's most performers. CSRC did not immediately respond to a request for comment, but then one source directly aware of the change suspected the policy shift was partly due to growing redemption pressures on funds. The dollar edged broadly high on Monday as risk appetite remained subdued ahead of a key U.S. inflation report later in the week that is likely to provide further clarity on the Federal Reserve's monetary policy outlook. The yen was nursing deep losses from last week and struggled near the 145 per dollar level, while the risk-sensitive Australian and New Zealand dollars edged lower in the cautious start to the week. Against the yen, the dollar fell 0.22% to 144.29, parring some of its gains from last week when it jumped 2.6% on the Japanese currency, its best weekly performance since June 2022. We'll be looking at Nigeria's 2024 real estate outlook after this break. In 2023, the Nigerian real estate sector faced several challenges because of several reforms introduced by the new government. Despite this, it showed some resilience, embracing innovation and seizing opportunities, according to some industry analysts. With affordability still a major concern due to inflation and higher interest rates, many look to the government for policies that will enable home ownership this year, among other considerations that are necessary for the year 2024. Ayo Ibaru, Director, Real Estate Advisory at North Fourth Real Estate, joins me to discuss what lies ahead for the sector this year. Thank you so much, Mr. Ibaru, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. A pleasure of being here.
So to start with, how would you describe the real estate sector in the past year?
Oh, it was somewhat challenging. Quite a number of investors got into the market with high hopes. Developers carrying on their projects from 2022 coming into the year 2023 had timelines which they believed they would hit. Now, of course, we know 2023 was an election year, and while there are usually challenges that come with having an election in your average sub-Saharan African country, we've had them before and been able to go through whatever headwinds came as a result. But this year was somewhat different, and it did shape the confidence of quite a number of international players a bit more in investing in Nigeria's real estate market. But I guess it was when the new president came in and announced the raft of policies that things began to look a bit unstable. And I think the chief of that would be the subsidy removal, and of course the, let's just say, rebasing of the exchange rate, which pretty much pushed construction material prices, seeing that we import 90% of what we use to construct here in Nigeria, and we pay, of course, in dollars. This pushed a lot of the prices through the roof, and that just cascaded into quite a bit of difficulty in the market, and everything from rent moved up, maintenance costs in various gated communities in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt went up. Landlords were unwilling or unable to shoulder most of the costs, and so they passed quite a bit of that down to various occupiers in various sub-markets. So it was somewhat challenging, but I would say quite a few developers and investors were able to stabilize their concerns by the end of the year.
Talking about challenges, we talked about fuel subsidy removal. There was also the issue of a weaker naira in circulation, of course, higher interest rates that permeated 2023. Now, what is your forecast for the growth of the sector this year? And what are the specific indicators that you will be watching out as a benchmark to gauge the recovery of the market, if we will see a recovery?
It's a very good question you asked. So typically, you want to start from how the economy is likely to perform. And one of the key indicators, yes, we look at interest rates, and then we look at, of course, the exchange rate, which you rightly mentioned, and of course, inflation. But another thing we can look at here is the budget, and that's where you start to see some signs. Yes, I know that the Budget Office has been roundly criticized for quite a number of gaps they appear to have made. But when we look at the healthcare budget, for example, which perennially receives far less than the AU agreed percentage of the total budget, you find out that our capex, as far as the 2024 budget is concerned, is about 408 billion, and a significant proportion of that, of course, being capital expenditure driven, is going to the construction of hospitals, and then, of course, the refurbishing of existing hospitals nationwide. Now, what does that do? Essentially, it increases the value for healthcare real estate and healthcare assets, which is one untapped area that we have been unable to make the most of over the last couple of years now, either because of necessity or because of the apparent gaps revealed by the COVID pandemic. The federal government has rightly decided to invest in healthcare real estate, and that, of course, will find its way into other areas such as supply chain, and then, of course, logistics by extension. Another thing we can look at here is the market for mid-market housing, and by that I mean, because people always ask me, what about luxury? Are they not affected by the economy? And the short answer to that is no, because they operate by certain extreme or tail-ended economic laws, right? They don't work with standard demand and supply, and they're insulated from the various costs that drag other construction projects down. So mid-market housing should see a bit of growth because developers in Nigeria have become more resilient over the years, and they're looking and they are familiar with how things can change quickly. So a few projects might be slowed down, but eventually they will be pushed across the finish line. Another area here is industrial. And by industrial, I mean not just manufacturing, but the market for warehousing and logistics, which of course has been on the increase since the pandemic. And demand for warehousing, grade A to grade B, grade C. And of course, cold storage and pharma storage have continued to see new products hit the market, and demand is almost at the same level of supply, which is generally a good thing because it means prices can go up. Yes, I know people say things about logistics, saying that Jumia Food, Bolt Food, have announced that they are leaving the country, and of course they would have left by now. And of course the official reason that they gave was economic challenges, which of course, anyone expects coming into a market as diversified or as challenging as Nigeria. But then again, we also have to maybe doff our hearts to the local competition, right, who have also gotten into that space. By that, I mean logistics. So between warehousing, between that and then logistics, and then of course we have CC Hubs that has consistently opened cold storage facilities in different parts of the country. They started out in the east, but they have something now in the west, and they have a few in the middle belt. And they have right partnerships that suggest that the demand for warehousing will continue to increase. I guess the only part that might, where I would prefer to see a bit of growth would be grade A office. Now, we have quite a few in Lagos that are doing pretty well, but paying rent in dollars per square meter and service charge per square meter is somewhat challenging when, like you rightly said, Naira is not strong as it used to be. So there are a few, I ideas that are being implemented, and we do hope to see a recovery. Finally, before I let you ask the next question, is the market for mixed-use development, which at my company we're fortunate enough to have identified, going through quite a bit of the data from the leading cities. Mixed-use developments have one strong point, and they insulate the total development against the various undulating performance numbers, either in residential or in office or in retail, and even now increasingly so in entertainment. Seeing that Nollywood is with each outing showing us that we should have paid more interest to the market for entertainment, building sets and building locations, we can expect them to begin to play more on the buy side of real estate assets. If memory serves correctly, it was sometime last year where, because of the performance of Nollywood and Nigerian demand for entertainment assets and film studios and sets and locations, Showmax, the streaming platform, became number one, knocking off Netflix. I don't know if they are back top now, but as of our time of assessment, Q3 last year, that was the case. So there's quite a bit going on this year. It's just a function of at what grade of developments do you get into that sub-market, and who are your target buyers, which is why a lot of people are still surprised that... oh, yes, please.
Of course, you've been very, very robust and extensive in your explanation, but then we're actually pressed for time. Just to quickly wrap things up, aside what the budget can do for the real estate sector, are there other policies that you think that the sector could benefit from if the Nigerian government could bring it to bed? I just need your response in about 30 seconds, thereabouts.
I'll have to speak to the mortgage policy that has pretty much been executed in such a way that between March and November last year, we saw total disbursements go up to about 14.815 billion naira from about just 13 applicants who were approved, about 1,370 plus, which is small in the grand scheme of things, but you can imagine that type of consistency multiplied throughout the years. I think we're on the right track, but as with all things that the government gets right in Nigeria, it's a function of putting more pressure where execution is correct.
Ayabaru, Director, Real Estate Advisory at North 4th Real Estate, thank you so much for your engagement, for your time on the show. Thank you. Now, Nigeria's real estate sector in 2023 was a tale of navigating challenges and seizing opportunities. As the dust settles from the initial reform wave, the industry's ability to adapt, innovate, and of course address affordability issues will be crucial in determining its future trajectory starting from this year, 2024. And that's a wrap on today's edition of Business Edge. Thank you so much for being part of it. Don't forget that you can follow us on social media. We are at New Central TV. You can also visit our website, www.newcentral.africa, and probably download our mobile app on App Store and Play Store. I am Lekon Obanjo. Tomorrow is another time, 11 a.m. West African time, where we look at robust issues as it revolves around business, not only for the continent, but then we'll be spreading it wider to make it more engaging for you. Just stay with us. The news will come your way at the top of the hour. Enjoy your day.
Africa has for decades suffered setbacks in its economy. This is largely due to political instability, insecurity, isolated efforts at tackling bottlenecks in commerce, and so on. This has whittled its influence in global economic activities and clogged plans for its countries to integrate operations transnationally. In order to reposition the continent into becoming a dominant player in the global arena, consultations were held and preparations were made by policy organs of the African Union, which then adopted the Agenda 2063 document, the first 10-year implementation plan, in June 2015 in South Africa. This robust plan gave birth to the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and part of the objectives are to create a single market for goods and services, facilitated by movement of persons, in order to deepen the economic integration of the African continent. Are Africans even aware of this somewhat luscious initiative?
It's about this trade agreement between African countries within Africa, them doing buying and selling of their product, natural resources between each other, and that also increases their GDP as well.
Yeah, I know about them, like they're into trading between the Africans. They bring unity between the Africa and they reduce tariff.
It's all about, a kind of a trade that has to occur between two Africa or more countries within African space.
Adopted by the 24th AU Summit, achieving the objectives are hinged on certain factors, among which is the single African air transport market.
A lot of businesses in Africa, across various sectors, this is not unique to aviation, have a much larger cost basis than comparative businesses in more developed countries. Beyond that, it's access to infrastructure, access to markets, and a range of other things that generally make it more expensive to provide a service in Africa than it does in a larger market. And airlines are no different from that. Which means that, flying a 1-hour flight between Accra and Lagos, for example, is significantly more expensive for an airline to provide than flying a comparable flight between, say, London and Manchester.
Also, the creation of the African Passport and Free Movement of People as part of the recommendations incorporated in the Agenda 2063 is aimed at accelerating the growth of intra-Africa trade through doubling down on commercial traffic and eliminating administrative bottlenecks.
We don't know enough about one another. Nigerians don't know enough about Kenyans. Kenyans don't know enough about Cambodia, about Gabonians. So because we don't know about one another, it's very difficult for us to trade or exchange services.
Some certain type of goods are readily available, but in some countries it's not available. So such an agreement now will make it easier for country that's lagging behind in that goods to go and import from the country that has abundance of that goods.
It gives this strong bond between them and also eliminates national tariffs between two countries. Yeah, it makes trading very, very easy, and there's this trust bond between countries within Africa.
There is no doubt that the African Free Continental Trade Agreement brings some innovative ideas in accelerating the integration of economic operations on the continent. But it is believed that proper management and implementation would serve as impetus in achieving lofty goals for Africa's economy.
I think there needs to be more sensitization, right? Sensitization of SMEs, businesses, producers about the opportunities and benefits that can be gained from the AfCFTA. One of which is that it has the potential to lift a lot of people out of poverty. It also has the potential to improve on our intra-African trade. They need to put together infrastructure to ensure that there is quality in the goods and services that are being delivered, as well as there is also that enabling environment to ensure that there is free movement of people and there is also free movement of goods, which is one of the things that are needed for the AfCFTA to be a success.
The Agenda 2063, if craftily driven, is an initiative that will engender unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity pursued under the Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. Lekon Onabanjo, reporting for News Central.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
well.
Thank you, Granny.
Just make sure you work very hard.
So, what do you think, sir?
I like it. Well, what did the bank say? The bank said they need about 48 hours, sir. I'll transfer the 20 million myself.
The money's in. Pay the transport company. We need materials on site yesterday.
Let's go.
Fill them up! And let's call our people while we're at it.
Introducing Money Master and Money Master G-Kala, the quicker and more dependable way to master your money. I think you deserve a raise. Dial *995# to send, receive, pay, and save, all from the comfort of your own phone. Money Master, the easy way to master your money.
A deadly syndicate. An overdue vengeance. A sacrifice of blood. A coveted crown. Self-proclaimed king.
Hello and welcome to News Central TV. I'm Darshan Usman. Top stories at this hour. Nigerian president orders probe into Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Trial of Gambian ex-minister Sonko opens in Switzerland. Somali troops kill 76 Al-Shabaab militants. Details and more on this. We begin the news in Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu has ordered a thorough probe of the Nigerian Ministry of Humanitarian and Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, led by embattled Minister Betta Edu, to ascertain the accuracy and validity of the reported details of an alleged diversion of public funds. This is according to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, who made the disclosure in a statement on Sunday. Edu had earlier on Sunday insisted in a statement that there were plans to tarnish her image, adding that she will not embezzle government funds. Reacting to the uproar over the development in the humanitarian ministry under Edu, the information minister noted that the government is determined to unravel the truth. The information minister assured Nigerians that they would be informed on the progress of the investigation. In the same vein, the People's Democratic Party has charged President Bola Tinubu to immediately sack and prosecute the embattled Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, over the alleged money laundering. Now, Edu came under heavy criticism last week after a memo surfaced where she directed the Accountant General of the Federation, Oluwatoyin Medin, to transfer 585 million naira to a private account owned by one Onielu Bridget, who the ministry claims currently serves as the project accountant grants for vulnerable groups. In a statement, the PDP, through its National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunaba, described the unfolding events as tragic and heartbreaking. The opposition party expressed shock that Edu and the suspended national coordinator of NSIPA, Halima Shehu, allegedly engaged in the looting of billions of naira, while Nigerians whom the funds are meant for are deprived and abandoned to excruciating hardship. Now, joining me on the news to discuss this is a media expert and civil rights advocate, Amsfree Ajanoko. Hello, good afternoon, Amsfree, and thank you so much for joining me at this time.
Good afternoon. My privilege to be here.
Yes, indeed. Well, sometime last week, we actually heard of the allegations against the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, and now we're hearing one of the present minister and also the suspended national coordinator of NSIPA, that's Halima Shehu. They all stand accused of allegedly engaging in the looting of billions of naira. Now, following the fight against corruption that has been going on, from time immemorial, what are and should be the potential consequences for individuals found guilty of misusing public funds?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. And just to say, there's already a groundswell of voices across the country that have made it clear that the minister should face the consequences of our action, and that it is a good development that the president has ordered an investigation into what has transpired in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. I think the fundamental point we need to note is that that particular ministry has, always been in the news for the wrong reasons, especially when you talk about issues of financial probity, transparency, and accountability. And so I believe strongly that part of the consequences of this development in the ministry should be a thorough re-examination of the processes for financial inflows and outflows out of that ministry. Because if a particular ministry has shown this level of exposure to corruption, then it becomes a special case. Because as we speak, a former minister in that ministry is facing questioning from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, and now you are talking about agencies, under the ministry. You're talking about the minister herself enmeshed in this scandal. So part of the consequence, should be an inquest into some of those factors driving the grand-scale corruption we are seeing in that ministry, and it's going to be a test case for the Tinubu administration, because this is an administration that says it's still very young, it's not up to a year, and you can see that the scandal is really going to affect public trust and public confidence in this administration. So we have to look at the consequences from the point of view of what ought to be done to use this as an example to show that the administration will not tolerate any form or any shade of corruption. There's also the consequence from the point of view of how should the financial architecture of a ministry like this be re-examined going forward. If this ministry has shown that there's a tendency for the public funds within their control to be used as a slush fund, then extra measures need to be taken to ensure that the monies and the resources, the financial resources that rightly belong to the Nigerian people, actually get to them.
Well, Well, you did say that the minister should be made to face the consequences of her action, even though she's actually denied, engaging in anything like fraud or even financial misappropriation. And, you talked about, the Tinubu administration facing this, and it's not even 1 year, gone for the administration. But this hasn't just happened or isn't just happening in the Tinubu administration. It has actually happened in past administrations as well. Now, looking at a list of, the ministers, the commissioners that, have been engaged in, fraud or financial misappropriation, what would you say, just to understand the veracity of, this particular issue, what would you say are the long-term consequences of financial mismanagement, especially in government agencies?
Now, the long-term consequences have to do directly with the Nigerian people. The Nigerian people are the ultimate losers. The Nigerian people are the ultimate victims of corruption. And don't forget that Section 15, 5 of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, mandates the states to abolish all forms of corrupt practices and abuse of power. So when you look at the long-term consequences, you see how corruption robs citizens of, basic social services. In this particular case, these monies were meant for vulnerable people in certain states of the country, states like Akwa Ibom, Lagos, and all of that. So these vulnerable people are actually the historically marginalized population of our country. They are not like you and I who can, really afford the basics. These are people who, these monies, would mean so much, to them when distributed to them in whatever small tranche that gets to them. And so for a ministry to get immersed in this kind of scandal, it does not speak well of an administration that says it wants to deliver for the people of Nigeria. So because we have to benchmark what the administration says and also the optics of what is actually coming out of the administration. That is one point. In terms of the long-term consequences also, we have to look at it from the developmental objectives of the state. And with this regard, I would refer you to the Sustainable Development Goals, which are critical goals that speak, to the well-being of the citizens. So if the money is meant to achieve things like no poverty, zero hunger, even things like gender equality, the monies are dissipated away in the way we are seeing, exposed to corruption and exposed to all forms of financial malfeasance, then the people ultimately will lose. This is why, as civil rights activists and development advocates, we keep saying that we must block every loophole, we must block every conduit through which money is meant for the Nigerian people disappear, and the people are left empty-handed.
All right, Amsfree, while you're actually on that, I wonder whatever happened to the whistleblower policy. I remember it used to be a huge success back then, especially when it came to uncovering financial misconduct. Now, you talked about the money being for vulnerable people and everything, and a lot of people seem to think that the citizens themselves should be involved in uncovering any type of, financial misappropriation. So how can citizens be more involved, especially in monitoring the use of public funds?
Yes, so I think it's a very, very interesting and very insightful question you've raised around the question of the whistleblowing, the whistleblower policy. And it's true, you said there was a time that the whistleblower policy was very much in vogue. People blew the whistle, and then they were able to point the relevant agencies to instances of corruption, grand-scale looting of the treasury, and grand-scale misuse of public funds. That happened, but we must ask ourselves the fundamental question. Why did the interest in the whistle blowing process go down? Why did it happen that at some point people who had information were really, really scared to come out and then, put that information forward about, some of the things that are happening within the system? The answer is simple. The incentive for the whistleblower in terms of whistleblower protection was not really taken seriously by the government. And, the whistleblower policy was left more at the level of policy. We have continued to advocate and push for, a law that would actually ensure that whistleblowers are protected and, ensure that when they do come forward with information to the relevant agencies, they are protected, they are not harassed. Because we have seen cases of whistleblowers who have, faced harassment because they blew the whistle on, corrupt people. So that can explain why because most of the whistleblowers are within the system. And so if they blow the whistle and then they are not protected within that same system, maybe in the end they end up losing their jobs, or they end up being harassed and pushed out of the system. Then there's no incentive, and there will be no interest for whistleblowers to come forward and do the needful.
Amsbury, that's actually quite an interesting take. And when you talk about 585 million naira, that's quite a lot of money. And with that, Nigerians have actually asked for the sack and also the prosecution of Betta Edu, that's the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. Now, do you think if, she's found guilty, they even asked for her sack before the investigation, just to make sure that it's clear and there are no, loopholes or no gaps, here and there. But will this demonstrate the government's commitment to transparency and accountability if, the minister is sacked and also prosecuted?
Yes, so if the minister faces justice, goes through the process, goes through the investigation, and she's found culpable, then definitely the law should take its course. That's why you've had all the voices, anti-corruption crusaders saying that has to be the case. But beyond that, we must not think about anti-corruption in an episodic way. We should not think about it as episode by episode or one case at a time. The Tinubu administration, we have said it severally, at the level of civil society, should come up with a comprehensive blueprint on its anti-corruption strategy. What is the government's anti-corruption strategy? How does the government want to move from prevention to enforcement to recovery and all of those key processes that are critical for the anti-corruption war itself? Because you cannot go into the fight against corruption without a strategy, without a blueprint. So does the government have a blueprint on the issue of asset declaration, for example, of public officials? How many of them are actually taking that process seriously? How many of them have declared their assets? Is the relevant institution concerned with that? Also putting the spotlight on some of those key processes. Is the Code of Conduct Bureau doing the due diligence in terms of checking the assets that have been declared? So there are several questions. So the anti-corruption system is not just about addressing one episode of one case of corruption or financial malfeasance. It's a whole architecture, and the Tinubu administration has to be clear on what its strategy is. It has to be clear on what architecture it's putting in place. For instance, if a minister has approval to move monies in kind of volume we have seen, we have heard of, what are the processes? What are the checks? During the Buhari administration, there was a whole system like the open treasury, where ministries, departments, and agencies were being asked to put up the amounts that they were spending on various contracts and all of that, put it up in an open portal where citizens can go there and check. So the same thing should apply to this administration. It should be able to give citizens the information. There should be proactive disclosure of information that would show citizens that if I want to check contract ABC that Ministry ABC is doing, this is where I can go to. And also the process starts with the budget. We can also see how the budget was basically, subverted, I would say.
Sadly, we've run out of time and would have to stop this very interesting conversation here. But thank you so much for giving us your 2 cents on this issue. We appreciate you for your time. Now, in a related development, former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadia Umar Farouk, has arrived at the headquarters of the Nigeria's anti-graft agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, to meet with interrogators over an ongoing probe into the 37 billion naira allegedly laundered during her tenure in office through a contractor, James Okwete. The embattled former minister announced her arrival at the anti-graft agency headquarters in a tweet today. Now, recall that the minister had earlier officially written to the EFCC seeking an extension of the deadline to meet with the interrogators over the ongoing probe into the fraud allegation, citing health challenges. To election matters now, former governor of Benue State, Samuel Ortom, has revealed that the PDP G5 group will support President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027. The former governor made the remark at a luncheon hosted by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, at his Port Harcourt residence, insisting that the group has no regret for supporting the president in the last poll. This revelation comes as a notable development in the political landscape, especially considering the group's previous stance on supporting a southern candidate. Prior to the 2023 presidential poll, Ortom and fellow G5 members rejected Atiku Abubakar as the PDP candidate, pledging their support for a southern candidate. Ortom's statement adds a new dimension to the political chessboard as well as look ahead to the 2027 elections. The Supreme Court has reserved judgment in the Ebonyi State governorship election appeal to a date that will be communicated to parties. Now, Justice John Okoro reserved the judgment after parties adopted their briefs of argument on Monday. The Court of Appeal Lagos had earlier affirmed the election of Francis Nwifuru as the duly elected governor of Ebonyi State. In a unanimous decision, the 3-member panel led by Justice Jumai Sankei dismissed the appeal filed by Chukwuma Odi of the People's Democratic Party. The panel also resolved all the 5 issues raised against the appellant and dismissed the appeal for lacking in merit. In Borno State, northeast of Nigeria, medical students of Borno extraction at the Federal University of Health Sciences, Azare, can now breathe a sigh of relief as the Borno State government says it has concluded plans to take over their financial obligations. The State Scholarship Board says that approval has been granted for the release of over 55 million naira to cover the registration fees for about 153 medical students studying at the university. News Central's Umaru Kirawa completes the report.
The healthcare sector in Nigeria's northeastern state of Borno has been described as one of the worst hit due to the activities of the terrorist group Boko Haram insurgents. With drugs usually in very short supply and unable to reach heavily affected communities, many healthcare personnel were also murdered, as a result creating a wide gap in the dispensation of effective healthcare delivery in the state. At this meeting convened by the Borno State Scholarship Board, members of the board say investment in the capacity of healthcare professionals in the state will become a priority.
Professor Babagana Umar Azulum has approved the release of 55,968,000 naira for the payment of registration fees of 153 Borno State indigenes admitted to the Federal University of Health Science, Azare, Bauchi State. The students are admitted to study the following courses: dentistry, MBBS, radiography, nursing, nutrition and dietetic, optometry, audiology, environmental health, information technology and health informatics, physiotherapy, epidemiology, and statistics.
They also add that the investment in the education and training of medical students in the state will not only benefit the individual students, but will also have a positive impact on the healthcare system in the state and the nation as a whole. The initiative has been welcomed by the National Union of Borno State Students, saying it will relieve the economic burden on parents.
Words are not enough to show how grateful we are, and by so, we thank you as student-friendly governor and architect of the education sector, and also the student renewed hope.
The students' body called for intensified efforts to forcefully rid the state of out-of-school children, saying they spend their time on the streets of Maiduguri, achieving nothing and posing a threat to the state in the future.
As part of our continuous effort in complementing His Excellency on the strategic move he has been taking through the Ministry of Education in addressing the issue of out-of-school children, we have also embarked on sensitization on the importance of education, of which we have extended that to various local government, among them that's Mafa local government area, and also Kaga local government area, and others will follow. On this note, I would also like to advise the government to continue with the efforts that they have been doing.
The scholarship initiative not only relieves the immediate financial burden faced by the students, but also sets a positive precedent for government support in higher education. It offers hope and encouragement to aspiring medical professionals in Borno State. In Maiduguri for News Central, I am Omoru Kirawa.
News Central now resumes after the break. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Now moving on, the Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, will launch today the first online portal for passport application in Abuja. The minister, who made remarks about the expected launch date during a demonstration session of the online portal on Friday with the Comptroller General, Nigeria Immigration Service, Caroline Adepoju, noted that the platform has been established for both international and Nigerian applicants. The minister had announced in December that the federal government was working to ensure a full automation system of passport application in the country. At the time, the minister said the automated application system was 99% done, adding that the process would include uploading passport photos and supporting documents. Staying in West Africa, the trial of Usman Sonko, a former interior minister in Gambia, accused of crimes against humanity committed under the regime of ex-dictator Yahya Jammeh, has opened in Switzerland. The trial is taking place under the principle of universal jurisdiction, which allows a foreign country to prosecute crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide regardless of where they were committed. Now, he has been in custody since his arrest in Switzerland in January 2017 after applying for asylum following his sacking as a minister. Sonko is accused of having supported, participated in, and failed to prevent systematic and generalized attacks as part of the repression carried out by the Gambian security forces against all opponents of the regime. He faces life imprisonment if found guilty. The Somali National Army, with support from international partners, have killed 76 Al-Shabaab militants and injured several following 2 days of operations in the Mudug region of central Somalia. SNA Chief Ibrahim Sheikh Muhyiddin said senior Al-Shabaab commanders were among the dead during the military operation against the Al-Qaeda-linked terrorist group, which was conducted on Saturday and early Sunday. He added that the military operation destroyed all Al-Shabaab bases and vehicles, adding that troops were making progress in vanquishing the militants from their strongholds in central and southern Somalia. The Al-Shabaab terrorist group is an armed group affiliated with the Al-Qaeda terrorist network and has claimed responsibility for many terrorist operations and have killed hundreds of people in Africa. To Southern Africa now, according to the most recent Zimbabwe Vulnerability Assessment Committee Rural Livelihoods Assessment Report, more than 2.7 million people in Zimbabwe's rural areas are likely to face famine in 2024. This represents 26% of the rural population. Now, according to the analysis, more than 100,482 metric tons of maize is needed to support the food insecure population during the peak hunger season, which runs from January to March 2024. These projections contradict the government's assurances that there would be no starvation and that the country had sufficient food stock. Zimbabweans have struggled to feed themselves in recent years as the country's economy has declined and the climate has changed. The Zimbabwe dollar's depreciation has resulted in restricted purchasing power, and the cost of vital goods such as wheat flour, maize meal, sugar, and rice have risen dramatically. The country's food situation has worsened with increases in food poverty and poor total consumption. 15 miners who were feared dead after a mine shaft collapsed at Red Wing Mine have all been rescued. The mine, which is in Penghalonga, Zimbabwe, collapsed last Thursday. Now, the mine resumed its operations in March 2023 after it had temporarily been closed by the Environmental Management Agency due to more than 20 fatalities in 13 months. Formal mining operations at Red Wing have been undertaken by subsistence miners carrying out unsanctioned work since the mine was placed under corporate rescue. According to South Africa Medical Association Trade Union, nearly 800 skilled doctors are still unemployed after completing their medical internship and community service. South Africa, which is dealing with a medical personnel deficit at state-owned institutions, has not engaged these eligible doctors in public health positions due to a lack of money. South Africa is not the only country with a shortage of doctors and nurses. According to a World Health Organization report, they are even worse in many other African countries. Chronic staff shortages in the United Kingdom have pushed certain hospitals to breaking point. Now, to discuss further on this, I am being joined by Chairperson of the South African Medical Association, Dr. Mvuyisi Mzukwa. Hello, Doctor, and thank you so much for joining me at this time.
And thanks for inviting me, and good afternoon to your viewers as well.
All right, you're welcome. Now, Doctor, can you tell us what is the current state of doctors' unemployment in South Africa? How big are the numbers of, unemployed doctors right now?
We are at the moment collecting data in terms of how many doctors that are unemployed, but we've already received more than 100 on our database that shows that doctors are not employed, and there are many reasons and that are causing that. And this pertains to doctors who have done their community service. In other words, these are the independent practitioners who can work anywhere, according to their registration at the HPCSA.
All right, now you talked about many reasons being responsible for the unemployment of doctors in South Africa. And one of the reasons, as we know, is actually lack of money. Can you give us some of the other reasons?
Well, the biggest one is the budgetary constraints that South Africa is facing. There's been a reduction in the budget of about 1% each year in terms of the healthcare budget. But the other reasons is that we've got the problem of leadership and governance. We also have the problem of dilapidating hospitals. And the other problem is that of in the environment. The working environment is not conducive for healthcare workers in such a way that some they decide to go abroad, or else they go and work in private practice.
Okay. Now, these challenges that you've actually listed, are they widespread, or are they, tailored to specific or certain locations or even certain specialties?
Well, you can imagine that the rural areas are the ones that are mostly affected. Because doctors or the country has not distributed enough doctors and healthcare workers in those rural areas. So those are the mostly affected. But we begin to see shortages of skill even in the urban areas because of the reasons I mentioned before. You will recall that at some point there were difficulties with salaries of doctors, where you find that doctors, according to our own study, are still earning a salary that they were earning, in 2015 in real terms.
Okay, Doctor, now as the chairperson of the South African Medical Association, can you tell us what efforts are being made or have been made by the South African Medical Association to address this issue and also advocate for doctors' employment?
Healthcare is our responsibility as the South African Medical Association with other stakeholders. But the main person responsible, or the main institution that is responsible, is government. So we work together with government in terms of highlighting these issues. Hence, we brought to their attention that there's this challenge of shortages, and we expect that they will obviously have a fruitful discussion with other departments, including Treasury, to allocate more resources so that there's enough employment of healthcare workers, especially doctors in the South African hospitals and in the clinics as well, so that, we prepare ourselves for the national health insurance that has been approved by Parliament and other institutions. So we expect that there should be that collaborative talk and also planning that must take place between ourselves and government.
Really hope that whatever it is you're pushing for, gets accepted and agreed to as soon as possible, because one can't even imagine, having the required skills, being ready to serve and not having the opportunity to do so. But you're talking about, not giving opportunities. How does the lack of employment opportunities impact on the morale and well-being of the doctors?
Well, as you can imagine, if you've been studying for so many years and you are keen to serve your country and you've used taxpayers' money, you still have that in your heart that you want to serve the country, but you can't because there is no platform to do so. But on top of that, the greatest challenge is that those that are still employed in government, because of these shortages, they suffer from burnout. They suffer from other issues, including, the conditions on the ground, which you find that they are not conducive, and also, the poor salaries that I was talking about. So it has got a huge negative impact in terms of their morale, and hence you find some of them leaving to private sector or even leaving to other countries. So this is an important issue because it talks to the quality of services that we give to our patients. You can imagine the long queues in hospitals, the backlog in terms of surgeries, the backlog in terms of investigations. So there's many things that are affecting the morale on the ground.
Okay. Now, Doctor, just before we go, while, the association is actually waiting for positive feedback on the policies and also legislations that they've pushed for, what would you say are the possible solutions or even strategies that your association can propose to mitigate the problem of doctor unemployment right now, as of this moment?
Well, we are insisting that we have the Human Resource for Health Plan 2030 that was drafted in 2020. We are calling upon government to implement that strategy. And we are calling upon Treasury in South Africa to allocate more resources, funding resources in terms of employing more doctors on the ground, because we know that if this does not happen, we know that it's going to affect a lot of quality issues in terms of the healthcare system. So hence we insist that there must be this dialogue, but also there must be this implementation that takes place, so that we serve our patients and we capacitate the healthcare system in South Africa.
All right, well, thank you so much, Dr. Mzukwa, for your thoughts on this particular issue. We appreciate you for your time. All right, still on health matters, Mozambique's health authorities have launched a cholera vaccination campaign in 9 areas hardest hit by the current outbreak, with the goal of reaching more than 2.2 million people in 5 days. According to information released by the National Directorate of Public Health, this campaign will be conducted in the districts of Cabo Delgado, Zambezia, Tete, and Sofala provinces. The country is responding to the worsening outbreak that has been ongoing since October 2023. According to the most recent data from October 2023 to January 2024, Mozambique recorded a total of 8,266 cases of cholera and 20 deaths in 6 provinces, which corresponds to a lethality rate of 0.2%. You're watching News Central now. Still ahead. 5 police officers killed in Pakistan. We have the details shortly.
Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Onwili. This is News Central.
I love to make a difference as a journalist because when you speak to the situation or the people affected, that's when you get the full story.
And so we go all out. The protest was ongoing and it was peaceful across the plains for real-time stories. And it was the longest bridge until the 6th of October bridge was completed in Cairo, Egypt. Knee on knee. This is News Central.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, at least 5 police officers deployed to protect polio vaccination workers in northwestern Pakistan have been killed in a roadside bomb on Monday. This is according to a senior government official in Bajaur district, Anwar ul Haq, who disclosed that a police truck transporting around 25 policemen for anti-polio campaign duties was targeted by an improvised explosive device. There has been no immediate claim of responsibility for the attack, but Islamist militants, including the Pakistan Taliban, have killed scores of polio vaccination workers and their security escorts in the past. Pakistan and Afghanistan are the only countries where polio, a debilitating virus which can cause lifelong disability, remains endemic. Russia says it has evacuated around 300 residents of Belgorod, a city near the Ukrainian border, over strikes by Kyiv. Now, this is according to the region's governor, Vyacheslav Gladkov, who made the disclosure in a video statement. The evacuation from Belgorod is the largest of a major Russian city since Moscow began what it calls its special military operation in Ukraine in February 2022. On December 30, Ukrainian strikes on the city killed 25 people, the deadliest civilian toll in Russia since the start of hostilities. The Ukrainian attack followed a massive bombardment by Moscow across Ukraine, the largest of such attack since the first weeks of the conflict, which killed 30 people.
Посмотрим место размещения детей, формируем группы и будем отправлять. В пунктах временного размещения Старого Оскола, Губкина и Карачанского района находится около 300 жителей города Белгорода, которые приняли решение временно переехать. За последние сутки к нам поступило 1300 заявок на то, чтобы отправить детей города Белгорода в загородные школьные лагеря в другие регионы. Созвонился со своими коллегами-губернаторами Воронежской, Калужской, Тамбовской.
Up next is today's business news.
Nigeria's Dangote Group said on Sunday that it is cooperating with an anti-graft commission which is investigating the possible misuse of foreign exchange from the central bank and would provide all required information. Dangote has confirmed that the agency's officers had sought some documents to help the investigation. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission visited the company's headquarters in Lagos last week. Dangote Group said that at the moment, no accusations or wrongdoing had been made against any company within the group, which counts cement and fertilizer manufacturing, sugar refining, and a 650,000 barrels per day oil refinery among its businesses. The Brongahafo Regional Administrator of the Ghana Cocoa Board, Michael P.K. Asomano, has affirmed the organization's dedication to annually recreate the Cocoa Village concept as part of its efforts to foster cocoa farming education, especially among the youth. Speaking to the Ghana News Agency in Sunyani, Asumanu emphasized the importance of bridging the knowledge gap about cocoa farming, stating that many individuals are unaware of what a typical cocoa farm looks like and how cocoa beans are harvested and dried. The Cocoa Village is unique and open to the public for 5 days, drawing in passers-by, staff and tenants to engage in and learn about cocoa farming. The Egyptian parliament has approved the sale of specific land plots to foreign companies. Purchases will have to be paid for in US dollars. The government submitted a draft bill amending the Desert Lands Law number 143 of 1981, which would allow the ownership of lands in Egypt to be vested in foreign investors without restrictions to attract hard currency by selling property to foreigners and expats. The amendment will go into full effect once it gets the presidential seal and is published in an official gazette. According to the amended text, in cases other than an individual investor's acquisition of the lands necessary to carry out personal activity, Egyptian ownership must not be less than 51% of the company's capital, and individual ownership must not exceed 20% of its capital, with the inadmissibility of transferring the lands of cooperative societies and companies upon their expiration to non-Egyptians. Libya's National Oil Corporation on Sunday has declared a force majeure with immediate effect at its Sharara oil field, which can produce up to 300,000 barrels per day due to protests in the area. Libya's oil output has been disrupted repeatedly in the chaotic decade since the 2011 NATO-led uprising against its former leader Muammar Gaddafi. NOC said in a statement that the Sharara closure has suspended crude oil supplies from the field to Zawiya terminal. The Sharara field, one of Libya's largest, has been a frequent target for local and broader political protests. NOC said that negotiations are ongoing to resume production as soon as possible. Many thanks for watching Business News.
Now, in the world of sports, the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, AFN, at its board meeting at the weekend, set up a 5-man committee to raise a formidable team of the African Games, the World Indoor Championship, and the Olympic Games holding in Paris. The 5-man committee is headed by Commodore Omasheye Nesiama, retired. Other members are the Federation's Technical Director, Samuel Onikeku, Manta Haruna Mohammed, Mrs. Maria Whoophill, Dr. Solomon Alao, while an official of the AFN Secretariat will serve as its secretary. Now, it is mandated to put in place a formidable athletic squad from home and abroad to fly the nation's flag at the African Games and World Indoor Championship, as well as the Olympics Games in Paris. Mediama have completed the signing of former Karela United defender Kwaku Osei on a 3-year deal, the club announced on Monday. Kwaku Osei joins the Ghana Premier League Championship on a permanent contract after completing formalities. The move and Yellow have augmented their squad following their recent unflattering performances. The acquisition of the experienced defender is expected to boost the side as they attempt to defend their Premier League title. The experienced defender spent a number of years at Karela United before finally making the switch to Takwa. Now he is expected to bring competition and stability at the back amid the side's recent struggles. Still talking sports, the rugby fraternity has been thrown into mourning following the sudden demise of flanker Anthony Owino. Impala RFC announced his demise on Sunday, January 7, but did not reveal the cause of his death. They went on to say that they will provide more information once the family unveils. The late Oyugi was a very vital part of the rugby fraternity and will be remembered for many things, including his love for the game since his high school days at St. Mary's High School to Strathmore Leos and later joining Impala RFC. In 2009, Oyugi was named to represent the country in the World Under-20 squad, and he also led the team to win the provisional title and even took part in the Dubai Sevens School category. And that's all at this hour. But before we go, let's take another look at some of the top stories. We told you that Nigerian president has ordered probe into Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. We also told you that trial of Gambian ex-minister Sonko has opened in Switzerland. And finally, you heard that Somali troops have killed 76 Al-Shabaab militants. Send your eyewitness report to the WhatsApp number on the screen. Do follow us on social media. We are at News Central TV. You can watch News Central live on DSTV channel 422, Star Times channel 274, Avo TV, and YouTube. Many thanks for watching. I'm Darshan Usman.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade, and market analysis are the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium motor spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business, and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yield desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasamipita. You're watching News Central.
Africa is a huge continent with a lot going on at any point in time. The past year has not been different. There has been good news and more than a fair share of bad news. While several countries have been able to maintain stability by holding elections in 2022 and 2023, others face challenges that threatened to derail those efforts. In Cameroon, the crisis emanating from Boko Haram splinter groups and displaced persons fleeing neighboring countries has only gotten worse in the country's northwest and southwest regions. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, heinous attacks continue against civilians and government troops, while bilateral relations between Kinshasa and its neighbors, Rwanda in particular, continue to deteriorate. Sudan is facing its own crisis. The capital city, Khartoum, and surrounding areas are experiencing extensive violence due to the conflict between the forces loyal to the generals at the helm of affairs in the country. The ongoing crisis has left the country with over 4 million internally displaced persons, causing a humanitarian crisis. In light of recent events regarding security issues across Africa, African governments believe countering terrorism is imperative for peace in order to maintain the integrity of national security while keeping the population safe in the process.
To stress on the fact that the shared nature of threats emanating from terrorist and extremist groups in West Africa, in light of the happenings in the world at the moment, demands the enhanced collaboration of all security actors within the region and of the Security Council. I call on the Council to be preemptive rather than reactive in helping to address the underlying causes of instability on the continent and in the Sahel, and thereby help meet the aspirations of our youthful populations who can help our continent to become great and strong.
While international bodies are making effort to help curb the security challenges in Africa by leading counter-terrorism exercises in West Africa, security experts fear that the situation may get worse since thousands of French troops were forced out of Mali and Burkina Faso. They urge coastal countries to pool effort to contain the Islamist insurgency in the Sahel, which has been spreading for over a decade.
It really comes to synchronizing or bringing everybody together to help solve that collective problem going forward. It's teaching countries in the regions that they can reach across the borders and talk to their next door neighbors and help solve the common problem together.
Although security experts believe counter-terrorism is a major solution to the myriad of security challenges facing the continent, Kenya's President, William Ruto, believes it goes beyond that. He has questioned Africa's representation on the UN Security Council. He says Africa should have a minimum of 2 permanent seats at the United Nations Security Council to help its cause in the fight against terrorism.
It is therefore time to reform the UN Security Council and change it from an exclusive club of 5 permanent members to a more representative global council that works for the interests of the whole world. We have said Africa must have, at the minimum, 2 permanent seats at the Security Council.
Unable to stem the increasing rate of high-intensity conflict and conflict-related deaths in Africa, the continent's leaders have extended the deadline for peace by another decade, shifting the goalpost toward silencing the guns to 2030. However, many believe meeting this new deadline may remain a mirage unless the region vigorously adopts a continental approach to security promotion that strengthens ownership of both national security and the development agenda for lasting peace and prosperity. Omolola Ololade reporting for News Central.
Direct response to live happenings. 5 Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Onwili. This is News Central.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first. Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Onwili. This is News Central.
News on the go, live reports, real-time updates, unfiltered stories. I'm Bernard Akede. This is News Central.